again, it just tells the story of it's the evil and the ugliness of people's hearts these days is everywhere.
This is Franky Rose's Think Tank. Here's your host, Franky Rose.
I left my name out. This is Franky, and then out of there. All right. So we are going to get back into the Apple River stabbing nabbing case. So hello, I'm Mexi. Are you a little bit early, Shauna? That's okay. That's okay. So there is still quite a bit left as far as the second part of this particular day of trial. Jasmine. So we will jump right into this. My mods will never get a break. Poor ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so here we are, and here we go.
She just got punched in the face, and I had seen like the after, like her face get flung, and that's why I thought her head got pulled. And then,
so do you recall like how far away you were when you saw what happened to Maddie?
I was probably about halfway in between the groups. Or maybe a little closer to, we're group 2, right? So I would be a little closer to group 1, the teens group.
Still on your way over?
Yeah.
And after that, did you hurry over?
I mean, yeah, I was, after I saw him punch her, I wanted to get over there, but I tried to get over there as fast as I could, I guess.
And what do you recall after that?
Well, after he had hit Maddie in the face, I saw someone else hit him, and I wasn't sure who. I saw him fall into the water, and my intention was, because I used to work at elementary schools and had experience breaking up fights with little kids and stuff like that. So my intention was to go over there and try and break it up. I saw him in the water, and I saw people going around him, so I went to push his shoulder in the front, but ultimately didn't. But I was going to try and just get him to stay down for another second and then tell everyone to back up, and then we could have figured out what was going on. But as I reached down to push him in the shoulders, he reached up and I guess, I don't know if you call it a stab, but got me with the knife.
What was your injury?
Well, there was a lot, I guess. The most apparent thing, obviously, was that my stomach was open and my intestines were in my hands. I don't know what other parts were there, but, I mean, they were in my hands, and I know that from there, but afterwards with like the medical records and stuff, I know other injuries. I don't know if you want me to go into that or not.
Did you, after you're holding your intestines, did you see much of anything after that?
Not much. I mean, after that, I remember screaming pretty viscerally, I think is the word. And then I remember kind of scooping it together with my left arm and putting my right arm down and standing up, and then falling down and standing up again. And I think I fell down and stood up one more time. And then I was I was still conscious. I was talking. But after that, really all I remember is that, and then telling Tony that I was going to die and him telling me I was going to be fine and that I wasn't. And my response every time was like 100%, I'm going to die today. And then I remember waking up in the hospital with a breathing tube and my parents looking at me.
And do you know how long you're in the hospital for that first time?
Yeah, 27 days.
And after, when you woke up the first time, was that after surgery?
Yeah, it was around 11:30 that night, I believe.
Did you have follow-up surgeries?
A few, yeah.
Was your wound stitched closed right away?
No. They put what they call a wound vac on it. I assume that acts as kind of like a fake flesh or skin. And they left that on for about a week, doing other exploratory surgeries just to make sure that they didn't miss any other lacerations or injuries. And then after almost a week or so, they had done internal stitches, but left the top open so that it would heal better. And they put another smaller wound vac over that.
Did you have to have any sort of devices to assist with digestion, eating, feeding?
Yeah, I had a few feeding tubes, some NG tubes to help with just the extra fluids in my stomach. But yeah, I had the feeding tube because after the surgeries, I had developed a hematoma in my intestine, and it was completely blocked off. There was no food, no water, and the IV nutrition wasn't doing enough. I had lost 50 pounds in that 27-day stint.
AJ, were you drinking on the river that day?
Yes.
Do you believe you're intoxicated?
Probably, yeah.
Do you recall how you got to shore?
No, not really. I didn't know that I did really. I just remembered the standing up and the falling down, and then I know people did move me in the end, but I don't remember it. I couldn't see or feel anything at that point.
And you don't remember well, let me ask, do you remember much of anything or anything from the point where you're on shore till you wake up in the hospital?
No, I think I had lost too much blood at that point. I mean, in the past, I've lost a lot of blood from an injury when I was younger, and I lost sight and vision. I lost sight and hearing from that too. So I know that like once you do lose enough, certain parts stop working because your body's trying to keep you alive, not your senses.
You talked about a artificial skin that you had on at the hospital.
Yeah, the wound vac.
Yes.
Dandy could have green and purple and brown spikes and still look hot. Just saying. This kid is heartbreaking. I mean, how traumatic is that? They were tubing. And they're making him feel bad because they were drinking while floating down that river. Give me a break. Everybody drinks when they're floating down rivers. Don't make them feel ashamed because they were out having a fun day. You know, he just looks traumatized. This guy needs to burn in HE double hockey sticks. Look at. I hope he's more confident in real life. Not in. I mean, this situation's got to be hard. But I hope that that asshole did not rip the confidence and put this kid into complete fear.
AJ, just a graphic photo. I warned you first.
Yeah.
Can you just tell me what that photo shows?
Shows the wound vac and I guess the extent of the wound. Yeah.
Is that a photo of you in the hospital?
Yeah, that was the next morning.
Okay. Judge, I'm going to move to admit this now. I'm not going to ask to publish it.
Any objection?
Other than those noted, and as long as it's not published, I think it's solved.
All right. It is received. And so what was the number?
Oh, sorry.
29.
What was it?
29.
29?
Correct.
29 is received.
AJ, do you recall telling law enforcement, I don't think I touched him, but if I was, my hand was on his shoulder, it wasn't forceful?
Yeah.
And did you tell law enforcement your goal was to try to break it up?
Yes, I remember that.
I'm going to go through some slides with you. Ready? $25.73. Are you in this frame, AJ?
Yeah, in the yellow shorts.
Yeah, you can take this screen down, please. Can we have it again? We're just gonna go scroll from 2673. 2680, is that your shorts?
Yep.
Stopped at 2800. That section of frames I just went through, AJ, is that the part where you got hit with the knife?
Yeah.
And did you know that guy's name at the time?
No.
Now you know him as Nicolae.
Yeah.
And I want to ask you a question quick before this exhibit 29, if you know, I don't want you to speculate, but do you know if that's, and again, don't answer if you don't know, that's fine to say you don't know. Is that from the slice, or did you have further incisions from surgery?
No, that's all from the slice. There's, it actually goes from, like, you can't see it super well in the picture, but it goes above my rib cage too. They didn't have to open me up. I was already open.
Do you know, can you show with your hands about how long the laceration was?
Yeah, about that. I mean, it's below the belt line to above my ribs.
Are you comfortable showing, do you have a scar?
Yeah, quite a big one.
Are you comfortable showing the jury?
I can do that. Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, it might be faster to just untuck it. It stops right there.
Oh,
Right
Lordy.
there 'cause it hit my ribs, but that's
Okay.
it.
you.
Whoa. This poor kid. Are you freaking kidding me?
Now, I'm going to show, don't turn the screen.
So there's actually 3 with some really, really bad wounds. Isaac didn't make it, and he's the kid that was in the yellow shorts. This guy, I do believe, was on the other rafters, the other tubers, and he got it really bad. And so did that one girl that was on a couple, was it earlier in this stream or the one earlier in third day or maybe the second day when she was on? And he got 5 of them, and 3 of them very seriously. Oh, it's heartbreaking. It's like, what the hell?
Screen on yet, please. It's going to be frame 3111. And I don't want to show it gratuitously, but I want the jury to see it. So if we could just turn it on for a second, turn it off. Yes.
Yeah, I agree. It's still snowing here. I had to run out. And, oh yeah, it's snowing here. Has been for days. Isn't that horrible, Pam? Like that guy, he was not just trying to get them away from him. They weren't coming at him.
I don't have anything else.
Mr. Nelson?
This poor kid, man. What do you think of that there,
My name's Aaron
Dickwad?
Nelson. I want to ask you some questions, okay?
Yep.
I understand watching the video and seeing the pictures is upsetting to you. Is that fair?
Yes.
I'm going to try to do it without the photos, but if you need to see one, we don't need to display it. Just let me know if you need something to refresh your memory. I'm happy to show you on my computer or some other way. Want to do this as easy as we can. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Want to ask about some of the things that you initially told the police about what happened, okay?
Okay.
Fair to say that your memory is spotty?
I wouldn't say spotty. I would say I remember everything up until I got stabbed pretty well, at least everything that I saw,
Okay.
for the most part.
And fair to say that's not what you told the police when you first met with them?
I mean, it was days after, and I was on a bunch of pain meds. It's pretty understandable, I think, to not have the greatest memory at the time.
I know.
Maybe. I'm just trying to establish the fact that at that time, you didn't tell the police of certain things that you remembered. Agreed?
Sure. Yeah.
Since that time, what you're saying is your memory is improved, correct?
I think that shock has worn off, and I was able to remember things that I might have subconsciously blocked off. Yes.
So again, I understand you have your reasons to explain why you think your memory got better, but we can agree your memory has changed from when you first talked to the police to what you're telling the jury today. Right?
Yeah, I just said that in different words, but yes.
And in that time frame, I would imagine you've spoke with your friends and family about what happened, correct?
I mean, a little, I guess, you know.
I mean, this is a life-changing event for you, correct?
I mean, it was posted everywhere. People knew before I said anything, so
Imagine probably a day doesn't go by where somebody asks you questions about it, right?
maybe not so much now, but when it happened, yeah.
And amongst your group of friends, it sounds like you're really close with Tony Carlson, right?
I mean, yeah,
Do you live with him now?
yeah.
Okay. And as a result of living with Tony now, I imagine you also see his brother Dante Carlson, correct?
A few times, but he lives in Wisconsin. I've only seen Dante maybe 3 or 4 times since the incident,
Okay.
and that includes yesterday.
All right. How about Madison and Riley? Did you know them before July 30th?
I didn't know Maddie, Riley, Scotty, Janelle, Sheena. Right? I didn't know any of them before that day.
Since then, because of this shared experience, have you talked with them about it?
Maddie, not so much. She's kind of hard to reach. And Riley, again, not so much. It's pretty traumatic for both of us. We didn't really want to, you know.
Understand. But you've definitely talked at different times with other people that were out on the river there with you that day, correct?
Yeah.
And you've seen other than today, had you seen the video that's been marked as exhibit number 2 and entered into evidence?
Yes.
How many times did you watch that?
2 or 3 a month ago or so, and then, excuse me, another few times going frame by frame, and then,
Oh.
yeah.
Okay.
And then all yesterday too, I guess.
You were here in court watching what was happening here, correct?
I thought I was gonna be up here yesterday, so yeah, I was here.
So I want to just make sure that when I'm asking you questions and you're giving answers, if you can do everything you can to say what you remember, the image that's in your head, as opposed to necessarily just something we can all watch the video of. Make sense?
Yeah.
What we know is when you spoke with the police on August 4th, you spoke with the police that day, is that right?
I think it was that day. All I really remember is saying that Biden was the president.
Okay.
I don't know the date.
Okay. Do you remember this young man over here in the gray suit sitting off to the side with the computer on his lap?
Yes, sir.
That's the investigator Schultz who you spoke with on that day?
Yep.
Whatever day that was in August, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And what you told him was, quote, the suspect had one of the girls, Maddie, by the head with his hand, and then I watched him pull her hair. That's what you told Mr. Schultz, correct?
I'm pretty sure that somewhere in there I had mentioned a punch too, but
I want to read you if you said this sentence to him, all right? Did you say to him, the suspect had one of the girls, Maddie, by the head with his hand, and then I watched him pull her hair, and then I looked back and I was like, Tony, we got to do something now. And so like, I just wanted to go over there and break it up. And by the time I got over there, Maddie had gotten away.
okay. Then
That's what you said, correct?
sounds pretty accurate. Yeah.
So when you first said that to the police, you don't mention in that sentence anything about a punch, correct?
I didn't in that sentence. No, I
You
might
said-
have later on.
You said that he had her by the head and then he pulled her hair, correct?
Yeah.
And as you sit here now, can you describe to me how he had her by the head?
Well, from what I remember, she had already kind of started to walk away, and then he grabbed her by the ponytail and
Okay.
pulled, and then punched with his left hand.
Okay.
And that was how he hit her in the left cheek, and why the glasses weren't affected was because he was from behind.
Okay. So your memory is she's turned and walking away. I'm just trying to break this down.
Yes.
And she's got her essentially back to Mr. Mew, correct?
That was what I remember seeing.
And again, all you can do is tell us your memory.
Yep.
And as she's walking away, your memory is that he reaches out and grabs the back of her hair, correct?
Yes.
And do you know which hand he grabs the back of her hair with?
I would have assumed the right because
Okay.
I believe he punched her with the left.
Okay.
So
And so did you know that at that time when at 1:49 in the video, the knife had already been shown at 1:45 in the video?
I didn't at the time, but after watching the video, yes, I.
But your memory is that whatever he had in his right hand, he still managed to reach out his right hand and grab her by the hair with his right hand.
Yeah.
And then he pulled her back.
Yeah, he pulled back and punched.
So he punched her as she's facing away.
Well, when you pull someone's hair back, their head moves, so
Sure.
her head turned towards him, and then he punched.
No,
And
this isn't fair to Mr. Trophacy, but if I'm pulling him back, if I'm Mr. Mew and this is Maddie, the punch is coming from this direction?
but he wasn't pulling her like that.
I understand. Mr. Trophacy does not look like Maddie for lots of reasons we're not going to talk about, but, right? His hand's up here
Yeah.
and the head's coming back
Mm-hmm.
and then the left hand comes around.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's the manner in which you said that he hit her.
That's how I remember it.
And then it
yes.
would be upon her left side here.
It's probably in this area right here.
Okay. And you're
Maybe
making
up
it,
to the jaw or the cheekbone, but in this area.
and I'm just trying to make sure we get what you said down. And so you're describing an area to the front of the ear, correct?
Front of ear area, like sideburn area.
Sure. Where on you have some sideburns coming down, correct?
Yes.
All right. And where on you wearing glasses, it was below the frame of the glasses, correct?
Mhm.
All right. Is that a yes?
Yes. Sorry.
That's all right. So that's your memory of what you saw, is in pulling her hair with one hand and punching with the other, correct?
Yeah, but also when you were pulling back on him, you have to remember she had, not trying to be rude, but like she has the hair, you know?
Yeah.
And so you also have to remember too, though, that her ponytail might have been not centered. So when he pulls, she's not necessarily going straight back.
Yeah.
She could be going to the side. She could be going to the other side.
I'm not trying to be, if it sounds as if I'm trying to be critical, Mr. Martin, I'm just trying to gather the facts.
No, I don't think that. I just felt like I wanted to or needed to say that.
Okay, that's fine. Fair to say that the description you just gave now isn't the description that you gave to the police back in August of 22. Agreed?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah.
Another sentence that you told to the police, you were talking to the police about your understanding that the suspect, Mr. Mew, had been making advances on one of the girls there. Is that right?
I didn't really know. I didn't know if that was what was happening. I had heard the other comments that the other group was making, so I didn't even know if there was a girl in their group at that point in time. I was just going over there because I didn't think that it was super smart to let two girls go and approach a 250-pound man by themselves.
So just a lot to unpack there again. Lots of things were said and you didn't know what to believe. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah.
But when you're describing this to the police, I'm just trying to set this up where you say something to the police. Does that make sense?
Okay.
You say, I heard they were making advances on one of the girls there. Make sense?
Something along those lines, yeah.
And then the police officer says, they're like, yeah, the guy's hitting on her. She's not of age. The police officer says that to you. And in response, you say, I saw him grab the other girl by the head. So it didn't really matter at that point. Those are the words that you told Investigator Schultz, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Other things that you said on that day were that you didn't touch Mr. Mew, correct?
I said that that was a possibility. You read that earlier.
You were asked, were you touching him when you were getting stabbed? The answer, no. Do you remember? Answer, I don't think I ever did. If I did, like my hand was on the shoulder, maybe, but it wasn't forceful.
Yeah.
Those are the words that you said?
So I had said possibly not, but I also did give credit to the fact that I could have touched him.
I understand that. I'm just trying to gather what you exactly said to the police.
Yeah, I answered.
And the third thing that you said to the police regarding those things is you said that you saw, I think you said in your words, the black guy hit him, correct?
I thought it was him, but I wasn't sure.
Okay. You've learned since then that it's your roommate's brother that hit him, correct?
Yes.
But that's not what you told the police, correct?
It's not what I remembered.
Do you have a memory of the black guy hitting him?
That's what I thought I saw, but there was a lot of people standing close to each other. So
Okay.
it was pretty, I think, understandably pretty easy to get confused.
Understood. So you thought you saw him pull her hair and punch her with his left hand, right?
Yes,
You
I did.
thought you didn't touch him at all, right?
I didn't think that I didn't touch him. I could have possibly not.
And you thought that the black guy punched Mew, correct?
Yes.
Those were the memories that you shared with the police in August, correct?
Sure. Yes.
Fair to say that all those memories are wrong.
Yeah. I mean, I would.
Yes, you agree that those memories are wrong?
I would say, no, I wouldn't say that the second one is wrong because like I said, I gave credit to both the possibility of me hitting him or pushing him and the possibility of me not touching him at all.
Well, let's pull that one out. Let me just talk about the other two. Do you agree the memory that you told the police that you had of Mr. Mew pulling Madison from behind by the hair and punching her with the left hand, that's wrong?
I mean, I guess I can't say yes or no because it doesn't really show that in the video. And I mean, my memory about that hasn't changed. So
Okay, that's still how you remember it.
that's how I remember it. Yes.
Okay. And the memory about the black guy punching Mr. Mew, that's still how you remember it.
No, not, I mean, I don't know exactly what I saw. I saw him close to him and it could have been his arm that hit him, but I really didn't know what I saw at that point. So
Okay. All right. I want to go through a portion of what I think is on the video to just ask if that is what you remember happening, okay?
Okay.
Because as I think you told the police during your interview, you said to the police, I wanted to get the guy away from us, but I wasn't going to try and like punch him. I'm not a fighter. I'm tiny. That's what you told the police, right?
Yeah, I was the biggest I'd ever been in my life, and I was still not a super big guy. He had 80 pounds on me.
I understand. I'm just trying to, again, the words that you said to the police were, I'm not a fighter.
Yes.
All right. We saw in the slides there that at some point, Mr. Mew goes down into the water from Mr. Dante Carlson punching him, right?
Yes.
And just to put it into context. And then we see in the slides, your leg, you kind of approach and stand over him, correct?
I wouldn't say over him. I would say I'm to the side of him, and then he starts moving, and
Okay,
my body position plus where he moved himself would make it appear that way.
sure. He's on the ground, correct?
Yep.
In the water, correct?
Yes.
You're standing on 2 feet, correct?
Yes.
You weren't leaning over him, but it might appear that way if somebody is down in the water looking up, correct?
You could, yeah.
And when that happens, you don't push your friend Dante away, do you?
I didn't even know that Dante was there at the moment. I didn't see the second hit or slap or the third one. I had wet hair. My hair was hanging down. I was looking down. I wasn't focused on other people. I was focused on getting this man away from everyone else.
So this man,
Nicolae, knew.
yeah, this man at that point, you knew he had been punched and knocked to the ground and he's in the water, correct?
Yep.
And you're telling the jury that what you were trying to do is you were trying to get him away from other people while he's down in the ground in the water.
Get people away in some way, shape, or form. It didn't need to be him. I wanted him to stay down so he couldn't go and punch another person. And then I was going to tell everyone there to back away because,
So there's a lot to unpack there again. As you said, you wanted to get other people away, but you didn't go to the other people. You went to Mr. Mew, correct?
Yeah, I went to the guy who was punching people first.
Correct. Again, based upon your memory that he pulled someone's hair and punched them from behind, correct?
Based on the memory that I know that he punched someone, yes,
Okay.
It doesn't matter how he punched them. I know he punched them, and he shouldn't have.
Okay. And you were going to make him pay for that.
No.
So when he's down in the water on the ground and you're standing there trying to be the peacemaker because you're not a fighter, you thought it was going to be peaceful to you to keep him down in the water?
I mean, it was shallow water. His head wasn't below. All we needed was an extra second to get people to move away from him, and then he could get up and we could possibly have a conversation. But I mean, he hadn't used any words up until that point, so probably not.
So when you're standing there next to him when he's on the water, you don't see your friend Dante come up and smack him across the face a second time. You don't see that.
I saw him get dropped into the water, and I was looking down at him. My hair was over my eyes here. I mean, it was shorter than it is now, but you can imagine.
So you didn't see him go back into the water the second time in response to Dante hitting him? You didn't see that?
He went down into the water, and then he never got up.
Sure, because Dante
Until
hit him when
he-
he was in the water, correct?
It could be, you said the second time he was in the water. That's the first time still. The second time came after he stabbed me.
Okay, understood. His first time was in the water was extended for a longer period of time because Dante smacked him when he was already down in the water.
Sure, yes.
And you're saying you were standing right there, but you didn't observe that.
No, like I said, my hair was in the way, and I wasn't really focused on Dante. I didn't know where Dante was. I was focused on the man who was
In the
hitting
water.
people, who was hitting people, not
At that point, the man that was hitting people was Dante Carlson, right?
Sorry, I will rephrase. The man who started the physical altercation.
Okay. That's what essentially your opinion is, correct?
I mean, I would say that the first person to throw a punch would be the first person to be aggressive, regardless of if there are other people slightly touching his shoulder. I mean, even you were talking about the consent to touch thing. And he touched other people without their consent too. So, I mean, if you want to go that way, we can, but it just doesn't make a lot of sense.
I'm not trying to go anyway, sir. I'm just trying to gather the facts. So the person that's punching Mr. Mew, you don't see that, correct?
I saw Mr. Mew fall into the water, and I didn't see anything after that in terms of him getting hit.
When you saw him fall in the water, you went up to him from behind.
No.
I apologize, but I'm going to need to show some slides.
I mean, I can explain what I did.
It's good. I'm going to just go through some slides.
This lawyer's a complete dickwad. I tell you what. Yep, that's what they're saying. You should have stuck to just using them for the ropes.
Please show my screen, please.
I mean, this is traumatizing, and the guy's being a dick.
Showing you what's 2705. That's Mr. Mew in the water, correct?
Yes.
That's Dante Carlson swinging to hit him, correct?
And my leg in the bottom.
That's your leg in the bottom, correct?
He's slapping
You're
him. He's
moving
not even
towards Mr.
punching.
Mew, agreed?
Yes. Moving at him from what would be his front left side.
And then eventually you come to be
There's
behind him,
Isaac.
correct?
When I would still say I'm at the midpoint of his body, he just sat up. That wouldn't necessarily constitute being behind someone. I mean, yes, I was, I guess, technically, but he wasn't there when I walked there. He moved himself to have me behind him.
You moved
So now I'm
yourself, correct?
confused.
No, he moved. I moved over. I walked over there, yes, but I was standing right at about his hips, and then he sat up.
So is it your testimony that in some way Mr. Mew was aware of your presence and intentionally turned to have you behind him? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying he did it intentionally.
Okay, so now I'm a little confused because I actually thought that it was Isaac that wore the yellow shorts. And what?
I'm just saying that that's what happened.
Okay. So again, you're behind him, correct?
In sort of on his side until he
This
starts.
is you with your left hand on his back shoulder
Yeah,
and his
but
right hand on his back shoulder. You're behind him, correct?
yeah, I have both hands on one shoulder. I'm not completely behind him. You can see I'm somewhat on the side, but yes, I'm somewhat behind him due to his repositioning.
You're pushing him, correct?
Yeah, that's where I had said that I thought I'd push him in the front left shoulder to keep him down, but I was there too late, so I didn't get that shoulder. I guess I got the back of it, and
You said you're a peacemaker, right? You like to mediate?
yeah, that's what I was trying to do.
You can understand how somebody who'd been down in the water and hit 2 times getting pushed from behind may not understand that you're trying to mediate. Goes to his mindset.
Overruled. You answer the question. Agreeable, sir.
Sorry, what was the question?
Sure. As somebody who likes to mediate and was attempting to mediate, you can understand how a person in Mr. Mew's position who'd been hit twice in the water might not understand or appreciate your intent to try to de-escalate by pushing him in the behind.
I
You might
guess
misunderstand that, right?
he could misunderstand that.
Sure.
I mean, could have been solved if he tried to use words at all too.
Could have. And let me just go from 2745 to 2747. Do you see that? That's you still, that's your body behind him, correct?
Yes.
That's your right hand on the right side of his back, correct?
Yeah.
That's your left hand on the left side of his back, correct?
I'd say right's more in the middle, but the left one is definitely on his left shoulder.
And that's your roommate's brother, who is your friend, Dante Carlson. That's his hand that we can see underneath your underarm there that's hitting Mr. Mew, correct?
Like I said, I didn't see it, but the video showed it. So, I mean,
So your
based off of memory, I can't say yes.
Okay. Your face is right there, and you're saying you didn't see Dante hit Mr. Mew there.
No, like I explained, my hair was down in front of my eyes. It's wet. My hair's thick and black, so it's not super easy to see through.
What you did say is Mr. Mew wasn't saying anything. You could agree that in this position, with somebody pushing him from behind and somebody hitting him in the front, it might be a difficult time to use your words to make peace.
Yeah, the right time to use your words would have been before he punched a woman in the face.
We can get to that later. You extend your body in an attempt to push him down, as you say, correct?
Well, I was pushing down and then he got up and I fell forward. So
I was asking about your intent. Your intent was to push him down in the water, agreed?
it was to push his shoulder down so that he stayed down and I could tell everyone to back up. Yes.
You agree. Your intent was to push him down and keep him in the water.
To keep him down. If the water, I mean, if the ground was there, I would have done the same thing. I wasn't worried about there being water or not. It was shallow. His head wasn't going below. He was going to be okay.
You could understand how perhaps somebody in the position getting pushed from behind in the water might not appreciate that you were trying to protect him and keep him okay, right?
I
Does
guess.
his head appear to be getting wet there?
Not his face. That's where your mouth is. I see maybe the right cheek dip in a little bit, but as soon as go a few slides further and you'll see his head sit back up again.
Sure. Safe as can be, right?
I don't know.
It is. Yeah, please, let's focus on the facts.
Sure.
Clean Q&A, please.
Just back up a little bit more here. When you said his head didn't go in the water. Fair to say that's his head making a wave, correct?
I would say that's his back making a wave and his
Okay.
head still not in the water.
Have you ever fallen back after getting laid out in the water like that?
Yeah, I have.
Did it feel like maybe the water was coming up on you even if it technically didn't?
No, I mean, water usually has a pretty distinct feeling on your skin. I mean,
And when you had that experience where you got laid out and fell back into the water, did someone come up and attack you a second time in that situation?
Sustained.
So I'm going to go forward back to the
This
position where we
lawyer
were before. I apologize.
needs to stop being a dick.
So again, you'd said here at 2754, you're attempting to keep him down and he manages to move away from you, the person who's pushing him somewhere in the back area, right? Yes?
yes.
So, Shauna, if you're still here, you're right. I thought for sure that Isaac was in the yellow shorts, so that is totally my bad.
I was trying to push him in the front left shoulder and I got the back left shoulder.
Sure.
Because he was getting up and I was not fast enough to get the front left shoulder.
And I'm going to go through some other photos here that might be difficult. Are you okay with that?
Yeah.
In this position now, that's you in the yellow shorts, correct?
Correct.
And to your right is Dante Carlson, correct?
I believe so. I don't know. I don't remember seeing anyone else there. I remember pushing down and feeling strange.
Sure. Is this person, you knew what Dante looks like, correct?
Yes.
Is that Dante in the two-tone gray shorts with the Truly in his hand?
I believe so, yeah.
And then that's the same person that's legs are right there, correct?
Correct.
So you and Dante are standing very near Mr. Mew as he's beginning to try to get up out of the water, correct?
Correct.
And as he begins to get up out of the water, you move towards him, correct?
Yeah.
You didn't know that he had a knife, correct?
No,
You were going at him, correct?
I don't know. I don't remember anything after
You're,
the first push.
this is where you're trying to, you push him down again, correct?
I would say we kind of attacked each other at that one, if anything. But I mean,
Okay.
I don't remember this, so I can't
Okay.
tell you.
But you're,
I didn't. He got me before I did anything to him. So
this is your hands on him, agreed?
okay, maybe my hand is on his arm. Yeah,
This is you, as you said, attacking him, correct?
I didn't mean attacking. Sorry.
Those are the words that you used to the jury. is
I mean,
stop being a
You were
damn-
attacking him.
I wasn't attacking him.
Okay. You were trying to push him down in the water.
I was trying to separate or get him isolated so that we could separate everyone else from him. So we could get everyone away and then we could figure out what was actually going on. Because you hear teenagers asking for help, you hear people yelling that he's a whatever. And at that point, and you see minors, you're going to be more worried about getting him away from them before you ask the questions.
And you chose to do that by using your hands on his body to push him, correct?
Jesus.
Yes?
I tried to keep him down with my arms, yes. And then I was going to tell everyone to back up and give him some space.
So as you said, you're not a fighter, correct?
Yes.
You were trying to mediate, correct? All right.
Sustained. We've been through this before. Let's move on to a new topic. please.
You'd heard that people calling him a predator, correct?
I don't know what I heard. I heard them saying stuff about a little girl, and I don't know what else it was. I don't know. I didn't know, like I said, I didn't know if there was a girl in that group. I wasn't worried about whether or not there was. I was worried about getting the person that they were calling a pedophile or a raper away from the minors. You can
You
have
agree-
a conversation about that later.
You agree that even though you're not, as you say, you're not a fighter, you pushed a man from behind while your friend was smacking him in the front. Agreed?
I would.
Hold on. Sustained. We've been through this before many times. Please.
You
move
have
to
an
a-
ex-
Please. I am speaking.
I'm sorry.
Please move to a new topic.
I apologize, Judge. I thought you were done.
Nice, Judge.
Do you have
Good
any
job.
explanation as to why you pushed him while your friend was hitting him if you're not a fighter?
Objection, Judge.
I already answered
No,
this.
please.
Asked and answered.
Sustained.
Was it because you got caught up with the crowd?
It was because I couldn't see the person in front of me because my hair was blocking my vision and I was focused on the man who had just punched a 23-year-old or 22-year-old girl in the face.
That's all.
Mr. Anderson?
Nothing else.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. You may step down. Is he released?
No.
Okay, please see the witness coordinator in the back.
Oh, he just wants out of there.
Do you have another witness available?
We do. We approach.
Yes.
Yeah. Even the judge is like, what the actual hell are you doing? He's picking on them. Jesus, Lord Murphy. Oh, it was bad, wasn't it, Pat? Unreal. He wasn't trying to harm him because there was no fists flying. This guy had a weapon. He got slapped in the face a couple times because he punched a woman in the face. Yeah. No bruises. Nothing.
Khazri Azimpour.
I hope the judge just ripped him a new arsehole.
Your Honor, she may have stepped downstairs. We've got folks looking for her.
Okay.
We can take.
So while we're in between witnesses, if you want to stand and stretch, please do so. It just might be a moment or two before she comes back upstairs. What I'd like to do is get as far as we can, and then we'll break for lunch close to you. You'll let me know when the lunch arrives. Okay.
That's right. That's exactly what I feel there, Trace.
It's my business.
He just likes snorkeling in mud. Mud huffer. I think it was a friend's phone. Yeah.
Ms. Khazrai Nazimpour, please come forward. Right into about the middle section here, and then you can face the clerk, raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
Swear the testimony you are about to give this morning shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do.
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Smesta.
Would you please say your name and spell your name for us, please?
My name is Gabriella Khazrai Nazimpour, and how to spell Khazrai Nazimpour is KHAZRAEINAZMPOUR.
How old are you?
25 years old.
What do you do for a living?
What?
What do you do for a living?
I work as a phlebotomist at Octapharma in Maplewood.
Where do you live? What town?
I live in Centuria, Wisconsin.
Were you part of a group with the Carlson family tubing on the Apple River back on July 30th of 2022?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I can't hear you.
I'm going to pull the microphone closer. Sorry. Do you have some hearing loss?
Yeah, I was deaf as a baby.
Okay. Were you part of a group of people that were tubing down the Apple River back on July 30th of 2022, including the Carlson family?
Yes, I was.
If I can approach, Judge?
Yes.
Do you go by a nickname?
You can call me Gabby.
Gabby, I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 26. I'll ask if you recognize that document.
Yes.
Can you tell us what it is?
It's a picture of me and all my friends on the Apple River.
Is it from that day, July 30th, 2022?
Yes, it was.
Who required you?
I'm the one standing next to Q and Dante.
Is there a yellow label showing your name?
Yes, there is.
In that picture, are you drinking any alcoholic beverages?
No, I am not.
Had you been drinking that day?
Yes, I was.
Do you remember what you had to drink?
No, I do not.
Do you remember how many drinks you had?
If I had to guess, maybe 5.
And is that 5 over the course of the day?
Yeah, throughout the whole Apple River, tubing down the river.
All right. At some point, as your group is going down the river, did you come across a disturbance of some kind?
Yes.
What did you see yourself?
I saw a group of kids asking for help.
Did you know who these kids were?
No, I did not.
Could you figure out why they were asking for help?
They said that this guy was saying that he was a pet. They were, I'm sorry.
Slow down. You got time.
They were asking for help because he said he was a pedophile.
All right. He said that or they said that?
They said that.
All right. Did your group stop when you came across this disturbance?
Not originally, no. It took us a little bit before we did stop.
All right. Eventually you did. Did you stop? Eventually, did your group stop?
Yes.
Did someone from your group go over to this group that was asking for help?
Yes,
Do you know who that was?
it was Madison.
All right. Did you, what did you see Maddie do?
I saw Maddie ask this guy to leave multiple times, and he chose not to.
All right. Did he react to her telling him to leave multiple times?
Eventually, yes.
What did you see him do?
I saw her hit her in the face.
All right. At that point, were you on your tube or were you in the area? Where were you located?
It was probably in between the tubes of where my group was and then where everyone else was dealing with the situation.
All right. Do you know about how far away you were when you saw Maddie get hit by the other person?
Maybe from me to you.
Did you see what happened to Maddie after she was struck?
I saw Dante punch him in the face and he went down.
All right. Did you see where Maddie went?
I saw Madison was still standing behind, far away from the situation.
All right. Do you know, or were you close enough to see what hand he used to punch her?
His right hand.
All right. And did you see what part of her face that he struck?
This side right here,
You were saying, are you pointing to your right cheek?
it would have been her left.
Left cheek?
Yes.
Do you know whether he used a fist or an open hand?
I don't fully remember.
All right. After Dante, you said you saw Dante punch the gentleman. Did he fall down?
Yes, he did.
Eventually, did he get back up?
Yes, he did.
What did you see him do when he got back up?
I don't really remember what I saw. I just blinked and then everyone was bleeding.
All right. Did you see him stab anybody?
No, I did not.
I'm going to show you a still frame from the video. Are you aware that there was a video taken that day?
After the math, yes.
All right. Did you, have you ever seen it?
I saw it for the first time on March 18th.
All right. Your Honor, I'm asking to show it's slide 2993. We're ready. So Gabby, on 2993, do you see yourself in that picture somewhere?
Yes, I do.
Can you explain to us where you're at?
I am behind Riley holding the phones.
All right. What are you wearing?
I'm wearing a green swimsuit.
All right. When you say Riley, which person in this picture is Riley?
Riley's the one with her mouth open holding the side of her body.
All right. Who's the person standing right behind Riley?
I have no idea who that is.
Was he part of your group?
No.
We're going to move ahead to 3024.
Unreal. He had a pocket in his shorts. A little pocket in his shorts.
All right, Gabby, we're showing you slide 3024 from the video. Do you still see yourself in that video?
Yes, I do.
Is that you in the middle, still in the green bikini?
Yes, sir.
The gentleman that you didn't recognize with the sunglasses, where's he located in relation to you?
No relation. I don't know him.
I mean, but where's he located?
In front of me?
Who's that directly to his, would be his left?
With the swimsuit?
Right.
That'd be Riley.
All right. So did you see this gentleman walking into the group?
Not that I recall, no.
All right. But you see him there now?
Yes.
Was he part of the group of children that or teenagers that had been calling for help?
I do not remember.
We're gonna scroll through and we're gonna try to stop at 4511 here. If you can just watch the screen.
He really is rude.
Just keep going. I'll tell you when to stop.
Defense lawyer. We haven't heard why he decided to do that, Tony. The lawyer's saying that they attacked him, not the other way around.
Can you take it down?
Can still hear them whispering. And they have control now, I do believe. So these guys basically are all around anywhere from like 20 to 25. They're young too. These kids are just traumatized. Pretty much that's what started the physical stuff, but he chased after those young tubers. He charged them, like ran up to them very aggressively.
Okay, we're ready. Gabby, we're showing you the frame 3029. Are you in that frame, if you can tell?
I think I'm behind the guy in the black shirt.
All right, the black shirt and the sunglasses.
Yes.
Did he appear to be walking up to Mr. Mew?
Yes.
Do you remember that, or are you just remembering it because it's on the slides?
Just because it's on the slides.
At the time, did you make
Good
a mental note
question.
of who is this person?
No.
He had no right
I
to
may have
be
already
even-
asked you this, but you didn't see Mr. Mew stab anybody.
Correct.
At some point, did you realize that some people had been stabbed?
Yes.
Was one of those folks Riley Madison?
Yes, it was. She came up to me
When did she come up to you?
while I was on the phone with 911.
All right. That's my next question. At some point, did you call 911?
Yes, I did.
While this incident was going on?
Yes.
When Riley came up to you while you were on the phone with 911, what did she look like?
She looked like she was having a hard time breathing and was bleeding down the side of her.
No, it's not
Did
fair.
you see where Mr. Mew went after he stabbed these folks?
No, I did not.
Were you recording anything?
No, I was not.
Did you have your phone out for the purpose of the 911 call?
Yes.
Did you see people stop to render aid to folks who were injured?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, he charged them
Did you see
on
anybody
that.
else stop?
Yes.
What were they doing?
They were helping us with everyone that was bleeding.
Brutal. Just brutal. Stare him down, young lady. Stare that mofo down. Wow. Yeah, this guy was looking for trouble. It's on him. As far as I can tell, anyways.
Oh, we're ready. Gabby, I'm showing you it's a zoomed in view of slide 4511. Do you see yourself on that slide?
Yes, I do.
Whereabouts are you located generally?
I'm on with the green swimsuit, looked sunburnt like a lobster.
All right, are you to the left or the right of the gentleman in the yellow shirt?
I'm not good with my left and rights. I'm sorry.
You see a gentleman in the yellow shirt?
Yes, I do.
You see a person that's off to the,
I'm behind.
someone who appears to be on the telephone?
Yes, that's me.
All right, what are you doing with the phone at that point?
I think I'm on the phone with 911.
All right. Do you remember how long you were on the phone with them?
No.
I don't have any other questions.
Prophecy.
Ma'am, in terms of your memory of what had happened, tell me if I have this right. You have a recollection of it up until what point?
What do you mean?
Well, I think you said you blanked at some point and have no and don't remember what happened after a certain point that day, right? Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember when that was?
Probably the most I don't remember is when everyone was getting stabbed.
Okay. You do remember floating and hearing people, I think you said the group was saying that he was a pedophile.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
And that certainly made you feel a certain way, right?
Well, yes.
Okay. How did it make you feel?
Uncomfortable.
Okay. Concerned?
Yes.
And it got Madison Cohen off of her tube. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you heard, or you indicated that Madison asked him to leave multiple times. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. You didn't hear Madison attempting to figure out what was going on, right? You just heard her tell him to leave. Is that true?
Correct.
Okay. And to be fair, if we're being fair, she's yelling at him, isn't she?
Yes.
Okay. She's swearing at him, isn't she?
Yes.
Okay. And if we're being fair, she doesn't have any information, to your knowledge, as to what's actually going on, right?
Correct.
Okay. So if I said she's jumping to a conclusion, in your mind, is that fair?
That's right, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Here we go. Dickwad's at it.
You would agree no one in your group had any information as to what actually had happened, right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And you don't see or hear Madison Cohen ask Mr. Mew his side of the story, do you?
No.
Okay. So she walks up and immediately starts yelling at him to leave. True?
Correct.
Okay. And you'd agree she doesn't have any authority to do that, right?
Objection. She wouldn't know what authority to satisfy that.
Sustained. Relevance.
He
Yeah.
can be wherever he wants on the river, right?
Correct. Yes.
And she can be wherever she wants.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And when she's yelling at him and telling him, swearing at him to leave, you'd agree he doesn't react in a violent manner, correct?
Eventually he does. Yes.
My question to you is when all of this is, when she's telling him to leave and swearing at him and walks up to him, he doesn't react aggressively, true?
Yes, but he doesn't say anything either to us.
Doesn't act aggressively, yes.
Yes.
Okay. And he doesn't, he's not verbally aggressive either, right?
He doesn't say anything.
So that would be not being verbally aggressive, right?
Correct.
And you know there's six of these people that are asking for your assistance, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then so more of you come over to help, is that right?
Yes.
Do you see Madison wave you guys over? Is that why you come over? Do you see that?
No. What do you mean?
There's been testimony and videos and stills of Madison waving, like using her hand like I'm using it now, waving your group over.
Okay.
Is that why you went over?
No, I just followed her.
You just followed Madison
Mhm.
over. Okay. Do you get involved right away?
No.
Are you jumping to conclusions as to what has happened?
No.
Come on up.
He's doing it again. He's like pestering these kids. Like I say, he's a dickwad. Can you imagine what he's like out of work with this toot he has going on? Oh my God. Yeah, I would have lost it too. I'm not going to share that though. I might have.
Would you agree
I
that
would have lost it
Madison
too, Tracy.
Cohen is in Mr. Mew's face when she's yelling at him?
Yes.
Okay. And you had said on direct examination that you observed Mr. Mew punch her, right?
Yes.
And you said that he used his right hand and punched her on the left side of her face.
Yes.
And that's how you remember it, right?
Yes.
Okay. You told the police that he smacked her across the face using his left hand, actually, though, didn't you?
Yes, I did say that.
Okay.
But that's not what happened.
So when you were talking to the police, you weren't telling them the truth?
No, I was. It was just, there was a lot that was going on.
Have you been watching this case?
No.
Okay. So do you have a specific recollection now, 21 months later, that Mr. Mew didn't hit her with his left hand, but hit her with his right hand?
Can you rephrase the sentence?
I can re-ask it.
Yeah.
Do you have a specific recollection now after about 21 months since this happened, that Mr. Mew didn't use his left hand, but in fact used his right hand?
Yes, he used his right hand.
Okay. And when you had said that he smacked her across the face, when you told
That's the drilling I was warning you about. Hopefully it's going to be mitigated.
when you told that to the police, is the word smacked and across the face, is that an indication from you that he's using an open hand?
Yes.
Okay. So when you tell the police that he uses an open left hand, now you're saying he used a closed right hand. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And have you watched this video all the way through?
Yes.
Okay. So you're aware that when Mr. Mew's standing in front of Madison Cohen, he's holding the knife in his right hand, right? You're aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. And it's your testimony that holding this knife in his right hand, he still punches her in the face with this hand. That's your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And that she was holding her left side?
Yes.
Okay. And you would agree that your statement to the police was she was holding the right side of her face, right?
I don't remember.
Well, if I told you that you indicated the male suspect smacked Madison across the face using his left hand, your name, Gabriella, then advised that Madison walked away holding the right side of her face.
Very bad with my left and rights. So it was with his right hand.
She's shaking.
And I'm going to show you, can you go to 2573? I'm going to
Judge
show
should
you.
be stepping in again. Like, just tell this guy
one or
to
two
get a
stills,
grip.
okay?
She is.
We're ready. Now, I'm going to tell you, I don't know if you know this. The guy in the yellow shorts is AJ Martin, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and he's walking toward Mr. Mew and toward Madison, right? Is that fair?
Maybe.
Okay.
Not really facing that direction to see.
You're standing there just watching what's going on, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and if I submit to you that this is moments before you're saying this punch occurs, you're not looking at what's going on, are you?
Not in the picture, no.
Okay. And you're holding a telephone?
Yes.
Are you recording on that telephone?
No.
Okay. When you walk over there, when you walk over there, you know that Mr. Mew's alone, or you believe he's alone, right?
Yes.
I think it's under the bottom of that.
Okay, may I approach it?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit, moved actually, as 104. I would submit to you, tell me if this is fair. You believe this is a photograph of Madison Cohen and Riley
Yes.
Madison, right? And this has been introduced into evidence as to the general location of folks as this incident was going on. Okay.
Okay.
I think you are represented by GK there.
Okay.
Okay. Do you think that's a accurate representation to the best of your knowledge as to when Madison and Riley were in front of Mr. Mew, where everyone else was kind of situated?
I don't remember where everyone was situated when it happened.
Okay. You were off to Madison and Riley's right-hand side though, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you told the state that you are, I don't know the distance here, but you're 15? You told me. How far
I'm
away?
not good at math, so I don't know.
You're a little distance away,
Yes.
right? And there's 13 of you. There's been testimony. There's 13 of you when this happens. Did you say that's fair?
Yeah.
Okay. And the person that you've been asked about, meaning the person wearing the black shirt who kind of comes in at the end, who's blocking that picture of you. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't see him during this incident, did you?
No.
Okay. To your recollection, he wasn't there to assist, meaning he wasn't present to assist Mr. Mew when this was going down, right?
No.
Okay. So to the best of your recollection, it was Mr. Mew alone in the situation. True?
True.
Okay. You remember, tell me if this is fair. You remember Dante Carlson punching Mr. Mew in the face.
Yes, I do.
And do you remember seeing Mr. Mew fall down?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you recall Dante Carlson smacking Mr. Mew across the face again?
No.
You don't recall that?
No.
Okay. Do you recall AJ Martin pushing Mr. Mew from behind?
No.
Okay. Do you have any recollection after that as to kind of what happened?
Like what happened during all of that?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, that's okay. I'm not being critical. I'm just trying to make sure that I'm getting what you know.
Okay.
He's being an asshole. Complete asshole. Jesus.
Then I don't have any other questions. Appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Just a couple of judges.
Oh yeah, you were just great, buddy.
Gabby, defense attorney asked you a lot about which hand he used, what you told police. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So regardless of what hand he may have used, do you have any doubt that Mr. Hughes struck Ratty in the face?
Oh, you did.
Mr. Trophecy had said things to you like he wasn't acting violent when Maddie was telling him to get out of there and swearing at him and such. But then he asked you if you were aware that he was holding the knife when that happened. Did you see him holding the knife?
No, I did not.
I'm going to show you some slides starting at 2504. We're going to scroll through from 2504. And before we start, do you remember this moment in time on the river? Or it looks like Riley's in front of him, looking at him.
No, I do not.
All right. Can you, as we scroll through, I want you to look and see what's in his right hand.
Judge, I'm going to object. She has no recollection of it, and the video is the picture.
Wait. I don't like speaking objections. If you want to talk, come on up and we can talk all you want.
Wow, this judge, he's not taking anything today. Yeah, I agree, Tracy. And I mean, through a lot of this, he's smirking. Oh, yipes, Tony. Yeah, the look on his face is not comforting, is it? Oh,
Action is sustained.
right.
Let's move on.
Did you know he had a knife in his right hand?
No, I did not.
We're going to continue scrolling through. Eventually, we're going to see you in relation to these folks. And we stopped at 2563. Is that you?
Yes,
And at that point, is your head turned off to where your group is?
yes.
Had he punched Maddie yet at that point?
Objection, Judge. She doesn't, since you didn't. So, objection.
Objection noted. In this circumstance, overruled.
At that point, while your head was turned, did he punch Maddie while your head was turned?
No, I saw him punch Madison.
Nothing else.
Mr. Trofasi?
This is fair. When you're saying that he struck Maddie was in his personal space, yes?
Yeah,
And I know there was a question about holding the knife. He never threatened anybody with the knife when he pulled it out, right?
Overruled.
You don't have a recollection of him showing that knife and trying to
no, I do not.
intimidate people with it? or
No.
anything, do you? Okay. That's all I meant. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Khazri Azimpour. You may step down. Please see the coordinator in the back. She'll give you further instructions. It's a little afternoon. I understand lunch has just arrived, so we're going to break. Just to remind you, do not begin your deliberation.
All righty. So let's see. All right.
General rule is that a person has the privilege to prevent that person's spouse or former spouse from testifying about something that was said between them in private.
That's what I
That
thought.
communication has to be made during the marriage. Can we all agree that the Muse were married on July 30, 2022?
Yes.
They remain married today?
No, they divorced, I think, a couple weeks ago, 2-3 weeks ago.
Okay. Were they married when the jail conversation took place?
Yes.
We agree on that much.
I guess I don't know.
Yes, we agree that they were married.
All right. So the question is whether or not it was a private communication.
Right.
So because the defense is asserting the privilege, I think they have the responsibility for establishing it. So I'll let them start the voir dire. Mr. Anderson, you may ask some follow-up questions. We'll see where it ends up, and then I'll make a decision.
I appreciate the opportunity to start. I don't know what they're trying to introduce, so it's hard for me to start because I don't.
Do you want to cede that position and let them do it?
Yes, please.
All right, Mr. Anderson.
Which would I think also mean they're trying to call her, so I want to be able to cross-examine her.
And again, we're not getting into the substance of the conversation. This is just to explore whether or not it was private. That's all.
Understood.
Okay. All right. And I'm sorry, Mr. Mu's wife's name is?
Sandra Mew.
Sandra. All right. Is she in the courtroom?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Mew?
All right. Is she outside? She's outside, Judge.
Judge, while we're waiting, when she does testify, the defense moves that any information about the divorce be inadmissible as it's irrelevant. It's going to open up other reasons irrelevant to this.
Is there any relevance to their marital status?
I think it goes.
I mean, how good can it be when the ex-wife is coming to help the prosecutors?
Goes to bias or lack thereof because they're divorced now. The divorce is.
Oh, here she comes. We'll talk about it later. Ms. Mew, please come forward. Please face the clerk. Raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes.
Please have a seat in the witness chair. All right, Mr. Anderson.
Can you state your first and last name?
Sandra Mew?
And Sandra, you were on the river with Nicolae on July 30, 2022.
Yes.
And do you remember him leaving your group at some point?
Yes.
And then do you remember some sort of commotion?
Some sort of what?
Some sort of commotion or disturbance?
Yes.
Did he come back to your group at some point?
Yes.
And was your group all pretty much all together then?
Yes, I think so.
And was Nicolae saying things when he came back about what happened?
I don't know if he did then or this when he came back this next time.
Okay, so he left twice.
Mhm.
So after the second time he came back, was he saying stuff about what happened?
A little bit, not much.
Did he talk about his knife?
Hmm. Yes.
And was that when he was talking about that, was that when he was back with your group?
Yes.
So did multiple people hear him talking about that?
Objection, no foundation.
Sustained.
Were you guys standing in a group?
Objection,
Or-
bag.
It's hard for me to understand what you mean by group, so.
Yeah,
you
sure.
have to type this
How
out.
many people were in your tubing group?
I think there was about 8 of us.
And when Nicolae came back, if you remember, were you guys sitting down in your tubes, standing together?
Objection, bag. My point is, I think it's about whether Nick was talking to Sandra. So when he says you guys, is he talking about the entire group? Is he talking about these two?
When he came back and was talking about what happened, was it to just you or multiple people?
I think it was just me at the beginning.
And then later?
I think he talked to someone else while we were on the tubes.
And you overheard some of that conversation?
Not much of it. I couldn't hear what they were saying.
Okay, but do you recall speaking with law enforcement?
I'm sorry, what?
Do you recall doing interviews with law enforcement?
Yes.
And do you remember if you told them about hearing what he was saying when he was talking to other people?
I don't remember.
Okay, but it'd be in the transcript.
It could be.
And so when you said he was talking to you, where were you? Were you by other people?
When he came back to us, you mean?
Yeah.
No,
Where were you?
he was standing on the little sandbar. They were in the water,
And where were the other members of your group?
in the water.
How close?
I don't know. I didn't pay attention.
5 feet, 10 feet?
Probably 10.
Was Nicolae speaking loud enough for other people to hear?
Objection, no foundation.
Was he whispering, talking in a normal voice,
I don't remember.
animated?
I don't remember.
You who was he talking to while you were tubing?
Amy.
Objection.
I'm confused. Tubing when?
When you were tubing to the exit.
Amy.
Okay. And that's Amanda Torres?
Yes.
If other people talked about what Nicolae said when he came back, is that, if you know, did you tell them about it or would they have overheard it?
I didn't tell anybody.
Okay, so if other people knew what he said when he came back, it means they overheard what he was saying?
Objection, leading.
Yeah, this is voir dire, so I'm going to give some latitude so we can get to the core of this. So overruled.
You didn't tell anyone else what he told you?
No.
Okay. And then while Nicolae has been in jail, you guys have spoken on the phone,
Yes.
and on those recordings, does it say these are being recorded?
Yes.
That's at the start of every phone call.
Yes.
And at points, Nicolae has talked about the case.
He tried. I stopped him.
And sometimes he'd say something about the case before you could stop him.
But I didn't. All I kept saying, if you're going to talk about it, I'm hanging up the phone. I don't want to
Right.
hear it.
Sure.
But
And
he never got out very much.
no,
A couple
but
of words.
some stuff he did.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think that's it.
Mr. Nelson?
So you were asking questions about the conversations that you and Nick had after you came back the second time and you're standing on the sandbar,
Mm-hmm.
okay?
Yeah.
During that, you consider that to be a private conversation, correct?
Yes.
He was, you two were engaged, just the two of you, correct?
Yes.
And no one else was within 10 feet of you, correct?
Not that I know of, no.
After that, there may have been times where other people talked to Nick between the time you spoke with him until he was arrested. Agreed?
Yes.
You don't know what Nick said in those other times, right?
No.
Because you weren't a party to those conversations.
No, and I don't hear very well, so I went to hurt him. I wear hearing aids, so I don't hear, and I didn't wear them on the river, obviously.
So all you know about is what Nick told you when the two of you were alone.
Yes.
That's what you remember regarding Nick's statements about what may or may not have happened.
Yes.
The phone calls on the jail, I want to ask you about that, okay?
Okay.
You still consider those private, agreed?
Yes.
There was you didn't know for sure whether somebody was or was not listening live, correct?
That I don't know. I just know they say it's recorded.
What they do with the recording, you don't know.
No.
Doesn't say, okay, that's all.
Anything else?
You'd purposely tell him to stop talking sometimes because you knew somebody might be listening to those calls, right?
Only if he started talking about what happened, I do.
Okay. No.
Mr. Nelson?
The reason you stopped that is you weren't worried about somebody else hearing, you just didn't want to hear about the case. Fair to say?
Both.
Nothing else.
Thank you, Ms. Mew. Please have a seat in the back. Do you have other witnesses?
On this issue,
Yes.
I have a 911 call where you can also hear Nicolae talking in the background.
Well, that's different. I mean, as far as this question of whether or not the statements to Ms. Mew were private.
No.
Mr. Nelson?
No, we assert the privilege.
All right. The privilege has been asserted. It's a statutory privilege. As I mentioned, a spouse may prevent another spouse, the other spouse, from talking about private conversations that were made during the marriage. We're talking about two different conversations between spouses. One occurred on July 30, 2022, shortly after the incident. On this record, I'm convinced that it was a private conversation because it was engaged between two people standing apart as far as 10 feet away from others. I consider that to be a private conversation and will allow the privilege to be asserted for that communication. As far as the jail communication is concerned, that clearly is not private. Ms. Mew testified that she knew it was being recorded. If it's being recorded, somebody else has the ability to listen, and the conversations are taking place knowing that somebody else is recording and possibly could listen. So that conversation was not private, and the state may inquire about the substance of those conversations.
How does I don't know how the court wants me to handle that. I know it's very publicized that he's in custody. The jury probably knows, but I know we're trying to not make it obvious. He's in civilian clothes. So should I just not ask a time frame so they might think it's shortly after the arrest, or I don't know, or do I just say jail phone calls? Did you say this?
Well, what do you propose to say? Well, you frame the question for me, and let's find out whether or not there's an objection.
Can I weigh in before that?
Well, you want to give him a shot? Give him a chance to, unless you don't care.
Oh, I care.
Okay, let's hear what he proposes that he's going to say, and you tell me your thoughts after that.
I would just ask, while your husband, well, actually, I guess we got to address that too, but when Nicolae was in jail, did you have conversations with him? And did you talk about this? Did he say this? And essentially leave it at that?
I would permit the state to lead, and I don't think that there would be any reason why they would need to go beyond between now and July 30th. Did you have conversations with your husband? Yes. Did your husband tell you X, Y, Z? She says yes. She says no. If she says yes, we're done. If she says no, they play the recording. And the fact that there's a recording, the fact that where it is irrelevant. The only issue is that there's a recording. Your Honor's already ruled on that, and if she doesn't agree with it, they can play the recording. But I don't think we need to know why they have the recording.
Mr. Anderson?
That's fine. I'll just say
Use leading questions.
yes.
And if she deviates from the script, then you're going to be able to impeach her on things that may be more sensitive. All right, what else?
I don't think there's any, my request is that we don't say it's a jail recording. It's a recording. It doesn't matter where it came from.
That's what I understood the agreement to be.
Okay.
Correct, Mr. Anderson?
Yes, I'll just say, did you have recorded phone calls with Nicolae?
No, did you have conversation?
Okay, sure.
And in that conversation was X, Y, and Z said. All right, let's circle back on the relevance of the divorce. How is it relevant?
Well, for one, defense said in their opening she is his wife, present tense. So, I mean, I think they could have just.
I'm not his divorce lawyer.
Well,
Okay, well,
also, I mean, it goes to bias or prejudice. On we're asking all these witnesses, what are their relations with each other? Are they friends? Do they still talk to each other? So they're divorced. The finances are done. She doesn't have a financial stake in this trial because the divorce is finalized. So it goes to bias or prejudice.
Who's saying she's biased? I mean, we're not claiming she's biased. Is the state claiming that she's biased because she's divorced? I'm not tracking the rationale behind the relevancy.
If
Are they going to?
well, let's put it this way. The relationship of the witness to the defendant is relevant. What is their relationship? That's where the relevance lies. You said that if we get into the fact that they were divorced, it's going to open up a lot of other issues. What are those issues?
Well, I think I get to ask her, you didn't divorce him because you don't love him anymore. You didn't divorce him because you disapprove of his behavior on 7/30th. This was a financial decision. And other than the, state of Minnesota's financial, you still care and support. I mean, I think I get to say all of those things if they get into that.
Okay, well, I think the relationship is relevant. I don't think there's any unfair prejudice if the jury knows that they're divorced. And it'll be subject to cross-examination if you want to explore these other topics to rehabilitate. So if you want to ask that question, that's what you're going to receive on the other end. I just want to point out one thing, though. At the beginning of the trial, when I was asked to make an exception for the sequestration rule, it was represented to me that they were married. And now I'm learning that they're divorced.
I didn't know that the divorce was final. I am not his divorce attorney. I apologize if I was misleading. I don't believe she sat in the trial at all. So it was not my intent to. I did not know the status of their proceedings.
All right. Is there anything else that we need to address?
I don't think so.
Mr. Nelson? All right. Let's bring the jury in. Why don't you have a seat in the back, and then we'll call you back up to the witness stand.
She.
She's not a victim.
I guess.
Just so everyone's aware, we're going to re-administer the oath so that the jury
Sure.
shows.
All rise for the jury.
All right, please be seated. Welcome back, members of the jury. We are ready to continue with the next witness. Who is that witness, Mr. Anderson?
Sandra Mew.
Ms. Mia, would you please come forward? Please face the clerk, raise your right hand, and she'll administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Anderson.
Can you please state your first and last name?
Sandra Mew?
And Sandra, do you work?
No,
What city and state do you live in?
I live in Lakeville, Minnesota.
And obviously, you know Nicolae Mew.
Yes,
Where did you two meet?
at work.
And is that Ritchie Engineering?
Yes,
Were you tubing with Nicolae on July 30, 2022?
yes.
Were you with a group of people?
I'm sorry, what?
Were you with a group of people?
Yes,
Permission to approach?
Yes.
I'm handing you what's been marked as Exhibit 12. You can take it. Are those the people you were tubing with?
yes.
Okay. Move to admit and publish.
Any objection to 12?
No objection. And Sandra, can you see that? Do you
Yeah.
go by Sandy or Sandra?
Sandy,
Okay. Far left person, who's that?
it's Ariel.
And how do you know Ariel?
He's Ernesto's nephew, and Ernesto used to work with us.
Okay. How many times were you and Nick, or just Nick, close friends with Ariel, just met him?
We sort of were close friends with him. We'd go over to Amy and Ernesto's house, and he would be there.
Okay. And how about the woman next to Ariel?
I don't know her very well. That's Ariel's girlfriend.
Okay. And then, guy third from right?
I don't know him. That was the first time he had been there.
Okay. And then that's Nicolae next to fourth from right?
Yes.
Okay. Where are you in this photo?
I'm in the inner tube in the middle.
Okay. And then where's Ernesto?
Ernesto is in between Amy and Rosie.
Okay. Maybe I'll go back. Can you still see it?
Yeah, sort of.
Okay. And who's Rosie?
Rosie is Ernesto's sister.
And how do you know Ernesto and Rosie?
I know Ernesto because we worked with him. Rosie's been over at his house when we would go over there.
Okay. How long have you known Ernesto?
I don't even know, 10 some years, probably maybe a little bit more.
10 to 15?
Yeah, I'd go 10 to 15.
Okay. You and Nick, would you socialize with them a lot?
Yes, we'd go to their house.
Did they come to your house?
Yes,
Okay. So decent, close friends.
yes.
How about Amanda or Amy?
That's Ernesto's wife.
Okay. You knew her pretty well too.
Yes,
And Tatiana, did you know her?
I only knew her a little bit. I met her a couple of times when we'd go over to Amy and Ernesto's house.
Okay.
And same with Peachy. I only met him when we'd go over there, and I only met him maybe 3 times.
Okay. And that's what you know him as, Peachy?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes,
Okay.
sorry.
When you were tubing in the beginning, did Nicolae have a knife on him?
I don't know if he did when we were tubing.
In the beginning, at the start?
He only did to cut the strings on the tubes. He went back to the Jeep, and I thought he put it away.
Okay. And as you guys were tubing, so you didn't see him put it there, you just thought he put it in the Jeep when he went back to the Jeep?
Yes,
And is that what he brought it for, to cut the string?
yes,
So you could tie up at the beginning?
yes.
Okay.
Actually, Ernesto called Nick and asked him to bring it
Okay.
so he could cut the string.
Did your group stop on the way? Did you stop anywhere on the way while tubing?
Did I just hear that right? He said he got a phone call asking him to bring a jackknife. Oh, whatever. I don't have my own little. Oh my word. I was like, I didn't just hear that, did I? I think I did.
While we were tubing
No, did you stop?
before we got there?
Yeah, did you stop somewhere to eat or
No.
hang out on a beach or anything like that?
No,
Do you remember telling law enforcement you stopped and you were eating for like 30 minutes or so and using the bathrooms?
that was why we were tubing.
What do you mean? Can you explain that?
We were tubing down the river, and there's a spot that is covered where they must have played a band or something there once in
Okay.
a while. It was on the river while we were tubing. We stopped to eat.
Gotcha. You thought I was asking about before tubing.
Yes,
Okay, sorry. And did Nicolae have snorkel goggles with him?
yes,
Was we all like to mud
And
snorkel.
was he snorkeling by a group of young guys at one point?
I don't know. He just took the snorkel and went out there.
Did you see him by a group of young guys at some point?
I did later
Okay.
when the incident started.
And was there actually a couple times that Nicolae
Incident.
went over to that group?
The
That I
incident.
don't know for sure.
Did you tell law enforcement that he went over there twice?
I know I think he went to that group, he came back. And then I didn't know he went back to that group until later I saw
Exactly.
him over there.
Okay.
I didn't know he
So-
went back.
He had gone to the group of the young guys, came back, and then at some point he went back there, but you didn't see him go back there again.
No, I didn't keep track of him.
Okay. How long was he back that you remember before you noticed he was gone again?
I don't know, maybe 5 minutes. I don't know for sure.
Do you remember saying maybe 10 minutes?
I may have.
And then when he went Judge, can we approach?
Yes.
Yeah, pretty much, right, Shauna? And I don't know if he's got a record of P. I don't know that he does. He just made some strange comments, and the kids started to call him names, and he got upset at that. Sticks and stones can break your bones, but words can never hurt me. No, it's just what they started calling him. That's just what they started calling him. Yeah, she even says it. I didn't know he went back. It's like, are you kidding me? Whose side are you on? You're kind of playing both sides right now. That's basically the way I understand it, Shauna. Something along those lines, I guess.
And at some point, did Ariel's phone get knocked in the water?
I don't know how it went in the water, but yes.
And do you remember in relation to the 2 times Nicolae went over?
So it was the kids that said that, Tony. Just basically one of them, as they're going down the river, said something along the lines of, because he's snorkeling in like short water, right? As they seem to put it. He was in really short water, and he's in there with a snorkel. I mean, what? So the kids, they're like, what are you doing? And they're saying he said something about little gals. And they started kind of calling him names and laughing. I mean, they're 17-year-old drunk kids, right? And he got pissy about this and started to charge their tubes. And yeah, he just came at them. There's no way in God's green earth he's going to be able to save his butt, like you guys are saying. Like, it's all on video. But good try, buddy.
To the group of young guys, was it before the first time, after the first time? Do you remember?
Was what, before or after?
When the phone got lost.
Oh, it was before.
Okay. And was Nicolae looking for the phone?
Yes.
What were you guys doing, the rest of the group, while Nicolae was looking for the phone?
I don't know what they were doing. I was busy sitting in the inner tube because I had a hard time getting out of it. And I was just looking at the sky and the trees and just relaxing and enjoying my day.
You guys, I mean, your group was kind of by a sandbar, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And when Nicolae was back at the group of young guys the second time, did something catch your attention?
I happened to, every once in a while, I'd sit up in my tube just to see where Nick was at. And the one time I did that, it looked like there was people around him, and all of a sudden I saw him on his hands and knees in the water, and somebody was hitting him.
Didn't you originally say that the first thing you noticed was all the young guys jumping out of their tubes?
I may have.
And it's that point that you alerted your group and sent some people over there? Or asked some people to go over there?
Yeah, I had asked 2 of them,
And who were those 2 people?
Ariel and Ernesto.
Okay. And again, Ariel in the group photos on the far left.
Yes, he's with the red, white, and blue.
And Ernesto is the only one without a shirt off in that photo.
Yeah, he's on the other side. It's like second from where I'm at on that side.
Okay. And so you saw to clarify, this is the second time Nicolae's at the group that you see them jump up.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And do Ernesto, after you see the boys jump up and you alert the group, do Ernesto and Ariel start walking over there?
Yeah, Ariel went first and then Ernesto went.
And then I think you said the next thing you remember was he was on his hands and knees in the water and somebody hit him.
Yep,
And then did you see anything after that?
I did not.
Oh, what, you left?
And
What?
how, at some point after, what do you remember happening after that?
They just brought him back. And I
And,
saw the police come and people were screaming and
There's a bunch of stuff
kid
in
was
between
by a
that.
tree, I guess. And later, because we stayed there for about 20 minutes.
and I'm going to get to that in
1
a
minute?
second, but I just want
What?
to back up a little bit. So you said they brought him back. Did Nicolae come back before or after or with Ernesto and Ariel, if you remember?
With them, I think.
Did you actually see Nicolae walking back from the group, or was he just there, like next thing you noticed?
I saw him coming. I didn't see him leave that group. I saw him though walking back.
And were you watching him the whole time he was walking back?
Not at the beginning when he left the group. I didn't see that.
And did you watch him? So I just want to make sure I'm understanding.
Got the last sheet of paper.
Yes.
One of the bailiffs, I think there's another pack just outside this door, leaning up against the wall.
I don't think
Let's
so,
take that one
Tony.
down. We need to mark it in any event.
Yeah, I don't think so, Tony. I mean, the kid's definitely wrong. Don't get me wrong. Definitely. They were just calling him names, not very nice names. They were being brats, complete brats, little arseholes. But they're just floating down the river. They didn't get up. They didn't do anything. They were just being little bastards going down the river. And this guy literally charged at them. So right there, I mean, you could hear the kids going, whoa, no, no, no. And he stood there. He had this bizarre look on his eyes, lost his little eyepieces there. So he ended up going around the back of the tube and wasn't really letting them pass. So by this time, other people are coming down the river. And I can't remember if he turns around for a second. A person's going to have to watch it again. But yeah, macho man, absolutely. And pain in the ass teenagers. But just let them float away. Tell them they're little dickwads and carry on with your day. It just, yeah. And I think that's it. You know, he was being really bizarre. And they were making fun of him. He was snorkeling in the short water. snorkeling. But yeah, big man, but who is he going to impress? I mean, it sounds like she's saying that she said, well, we stayed about 20 minutes. What? You're that, I don't understand. I don't understand. But his behavior is just outrageous, and the kids are being little shits. But yeah, trying to be macho. I just don't understand.
So if this is the river,
Mm-hmm.
He didn't have to introduce that
say
weapon.
this is the sandbar, okay, you with me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Where you guys are somewhere around here?
Yeah, right next to it.
Okay, in the water? Or-
Yes.
Okay, like right
Yeah,
here?
Yep.
Okay.
it very
And
much
then-
was.
Do you remember where the young boys were, or young kids, or adults?
Yeah, they
whatever?
were on that side.
The other side of the river?
Yes, they weren't on the same side we were on.
And were they downstream a ways?
Yes.
Okay, so, right, I mean, there's no scale, so,
Yeah.
And then those other people get involved, the two girls, and they're being, they had a fair amount to drink. So they're just like, get away, get away, get away. And the one girl, he punches her in the face, allegedly. And a couple of her friends come running, and they weren't beating him up. They slapped him a couple of times. It's like, and they were like, what the hell did you just do? And then he got up and injured more people very badly. I mean, don't introduce the weapon. If you're drinking, don't bring weapons.
I'll just draw them generally here. So, at some point, Nicolae walked back,
Mm-hmm.
and you said you didn't see him when he left at first. Do you know, like, if you know, I don't want you to guess, when he was halfway, did you start to watch him come back when he was almost back to your group?
Probably a little less or a little more than halfway.
Okay, so maybe like around here,
No, the other way.
lower. Oh, this down
Yeah.
here.
Probably saw him about in there.
And did he walk straight back to your group from there?
Yes.
And you watched him walk back?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember? You met with essentially the people sitting at this table prior to testifying, is that right?
Yes.
And do you remember saying in that meeting that you weren't watching him when he walked back the whole time?
Yes.
Okay. So do you know which one it is?
Yes, I probably didn't watch him the whole time.
Okay. And after Nicolae was back by you, your group, what did you see? What did you hear? Not amongst your group, but downriver.
There was a lot of commotion down there. I saw the police arrive. I saw someone, I didn't really see the person laying by the tree, but I saw somebody give that person CPR.
And let me ask a question about that. So the person who's getting CPR, was that on the other side of the river from you?
Yes, it was by where the other people's troops were.
So
is she saying she's seen all this stuff and they left him? Oh, I don't understand these people. Messed up in the brain.
Somewhere down here.
Yeah,
And did you see that CPR going on? You said you were there about 20 minutes.
yeah, I think it was about 20 minutes. I don't know for sure, but it seemed like 20 minutes.
And was somebody getting CPR on the shore that whole time?
Pretty much.
Okay. About 20 minutes. Did you see? And the commotion, can you describe the commotion?
People were more frantic, it seemed. They were just going to people that needed help.
And what do you mean needed help? Did you see people who were injured?
No, just, like I said, I didn't see the one by the tree either. I'm just assuming, but no.
So what did you see to know they were doing CPR?
I saw somebody pushing up and down on the person's chest.
Okay. Did you see blood?
I did not.
And so you said you saw law enforcement arrive,
Mm-hmm. Yes,
and you remember seeing a couple of officers in the water?
yes,
Is that what you remember as far as law enforcement that you saw before you guys left?
yes.
They
There may have
left.
been an ambulance, but I'm not sure.
Do you remember telling us
His
in the
wife
meeting that you saw a police SUV, a couple officers in the water, and no ambulance?
Yes, I do remember that.
Okay. So did anyone from your group, once Ariel, Ernesto, and Nicolae are back with you, did anyone walk over to where the commotion was going on?
I heard somebody did. I didn't see them.
They were not exes at this point. You're not curious what your hubby just was involved with?
Prior to the incident, I'll call it, what was the atmosphere like among your group? Were you guys drinking, listening to music?
We were listening to music until the phone got lost because that was the one that was playing the music on.
Okay.
Some of them were drinking.
Okay. Was Nicolae drinking?
He had about 2 beers.
About just an estimate?
Yeah,
You were the designated sober driver home, right?
yeah, I was just drinking water.
And that was pre-planned that you would be the one to drive home?
No, it was not pre-planned.
And then after the incident, what was the mood like when you're tubing down the river?
Quiet.
And I'm not asking what was said, but while you're tubing down the river, was Nicolae talking?
I think he was talking to Amy, but I'm not positive.
Okay.
I didn't look to see.
So when you fair to say when you guys tubed down, the person was still getting CPR?
I don't remember.
Was the scene still chaotic?
I don't think it was back then, no.
No, but it was before ambulances arrived, right?
I don't know for sure.
Well, you said you saw a police SUV, 2 officers in the water, no ambulances, right?
I don't know for sure. I didn't pay attention, but I told you before there was no ambulance, so I guess not.
Okay. You'd agree that when you told us that, we just asked you to tell us what you remember, right?
Yes.
You weren't
And
crying or,
no, but, I've been trying to block this out, so
okay.
since I talked to you, I don't remember. I'm not going to sit here and read the transcripts you gave me. I don't remember.
Okay.
Holy crap!
I imagine-
what a little biatch.
I want to be respectful. I
I'm
imagine this
not
is
gonna
extremely
do this.
difficult.
You
Yes.
do whatever. You weren't even a victim. Your husband did this.
So, when your group left, you had to tube by the spot where the incident happened, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Since this incident, you've had conversations with Nicolae briefly about some parts of the incident, agreed?
Yes.
And Nicolae has expressed to you frustration with you and your group because you didn't hear him yelling for help, right?
Right.
And he cast some blame on you and your group for not coming in response to his yells for help.
Yes.
And you responded you couldn't hear any yells for help.
No, couldn't hear it, not over the water.
It was
Nick's
not
knife,
a raging river.
you
could
described
hear.
it as you believed it was a silver blade, black handle folding knife. Do you remember that?
I don't remember. It could have been.
And you described that it had a clip and a clip on the knife, right?
Yes.
And he'd clip it into his lower pocket on his shorts.
Yes.
And Nicolae's right-handed, right?
He's right-handed.
Do you remember telling law enforcement that you heard screaming?
I don't remember. I may have. I just don't remember.
You Would it refresh your memory to see a transcript?
Yes. Okay.
Does that refresh your memory?
No, but it says it, so I must have said it.
Okay. When you saw CPR being done on the shore, was the rest of your group looking in the same direction, watching what was going on?
I'm assuming
Actually,
so.
no foundation.
Sustained.
You're there for 20 minutes?
About, I guess.
Sorry, just wait till you
Sorry.
address the objections, that's fine. I'm sorry, I didn't hear the objection.
I objected, asked and answered.
I hadn't finished.
Ask the question, we'll start over.
So you were there for, you estimate about 20 minutes with the other people from your group. As you were there, did you make observations about the people in your group?
No,
No, you didn't see anything that anyone was doing or looking at?
no.
Where were you? Okay. And what about Nicolae? Did you see where he was looking?
No,
Did you see what he was doing?
no.
So Nicolae walks down to I'm talking about the second time now, the group of young guys. You see him get hit. When he's down on his hands and knees, he eventually comes back, and you're not paying any attention to what Nicolae's doing.
Action leading.
Sustained.
May we approach?
Yes.
That sounds about right, Tony. Like nobody, the kids were not behaving themselves. But I think what originally to me is he charged them. He went through the water to go stop their tubes. That right there, right off the hop. And yeah, the kids were not right. But the fact that he brought this weapon and actually used it, I mean, no. No, exactly, Tony.
So during that 20 minutes, were you watching, after everything you've testified about, during the 20 minutes you're there, were you paying any attention to Nicolae?
I don't recall. I must have at some point. I just don't recall.
Did Nicolae have any injuries that you saw?
I didn't notice any, but I didn't pay attention either.
And the people that Nicolae was downstream, were they bigger, smaller, same size as Nicolae?
I noticed some of them were skinnier, some of them were bigger. They were all younger.
Do you remember telling law enforcement that they're all smaller than Nicolae? Nicolae's a big guy.
No, I don't remember saying that, but if I did.
You remember saying didn't look like Nicolae got hit that hard?
I don't remember.
Oh, doesn't she? She's just being a biatch. Like, I wish the judge would correct her a little bit. Like, who does she think she is? Motley little thing.
When Nicolae came back after you saw him get hit, did you go to him, render any aid, anything like that?
Did I what?
Go to him and render any aid or anything like that?
I just made sure it didn't have any, I didn't see any blood or anything, so I'm assuming he was not too badly hurt.
Okay. Nothing else, Judge.
Mr. Nelson?
Ms. Mew, can you tell us when you and Nick got married?
When?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was June 4th, 2011,
Oh, her memory's coming back. I'll be
Why'd you
damned.
marry him?
because I loved him.
Still true today?
Yes, it is.
Over the course since, did you know him before
wasn't talking to you.
2011?
Yes, I met him. We started dating in 2008, and I met him at work a little before that. So
Yep,
What did he
she
do there at your place of employment?
he was an engineer.
What type of engineer?
I think he said it was a mechanical engineer.
What did you do at the place of employment?
I was a supervisor of a department.
Of what department?
I was a supervisor of,
Look at her getting all friendly and talkative now. Ah, but her memory is perfect. Lordy, lordy.
the packaging department.
And it was through that you and Nick grew to meet each other and then know each other, right?
Yes,
It sounds like there's a group of other people that you guys got to know and hang out with from work, right?
yes,
Yes. Aw.
So you've known Nick since 2008?
I knew him a little before that, maybe 2007.
And during that time, you eventually married him and lived with him, right?
Yes,
You worked with him often?
I did.
You interacted with him at work and at home?
Yes,
Imagine you really knew this man.
yes,
Would you agree that you know his character as to whether he's peaceful or violent?
Objection, Judge Franco?
Yes.
Good God, here we go. I think she does, James. I think she thinks she's the victim. I think she thinks she's the victim. You know, poor her. This should never have happened to them. You know, it was all their fault. He's a great guy. He only ganked 5 kids. I mean, I don't know. He wasn't feeling good. Oh my God.
Objection overruled.
So my question was, do you have an opinion as his character for peacefulness?
Nick is a very peaceful person.
Yes. Notice
I
that.
want to ask you some other questions about what you know about Nick, okay?
All right.
Was there a time when
This is nauseating, actually, watching this little performance. It's like, are you kidding me? So peaceful. Well, I'm sure he is at home because she'd beat the crap out of him if he wasn't. Lord. Yeah, no, they don't. Peaceful people don't gank 4 kids. 5 kids, I'm sorry. Yeah, she was looking at the trees. Jazzy, please. I was like, what the hell? Did you have Rosemary's Baby too, lady? Oh my God. Yeah, right, Tracy? Jump into, oh yeah, now it's, oh, I think, I can't remember. I have whiplash. Oh, Lordy. I think they brutal. No, no. Clouds and birds and, you know, that raging river that she couldn't hear anything over. Good God. She's as ugly on the outside anyways. Oh yeah, she'd be fun to take out. Little Miss Personality. He liked her supervisor self. Okay, let's hear about your true love now. Yeah, it's all a little bit sus, Trace.
What are the numbers?
I'll go through them. I just wanted to publish and ask you when they're on the helm.
That's fine. We'll turn on the document examiner.
Yes, thank you, Judge. So I'm going to show you some photos and ask you some questions about those, okay?
Yes.
I don't know the answer to that, James. I don't
This
think
is
so.
exhibit number 106. You see that?
Well, maybe because he didn't.
What's that a picture of?
It's a picture of Nick and I.
When is that from? Do you know?
I don't remember the exact date.
Aw,
Probably
look at
about
them.
2009, 2010.
So cute.
And you might not know, but roughly where are you at?
I don't remember. We went to some park and for the day and
A lovely pair.
just decided to take some pictures of us while we were there.
Did you and Nick often enjoy outdoor activities?
We tried to when we could.
Sure. And so is this unusual in any way for you guys to be out someplace in the outdoors enjoying yourselves?
No, it's not.
Showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 107. You see that sticker? Who's that?
It's Nick and I and our little boy, Tiki,
Okay. Who's Tiki?
our dog.
All right. And showing you then.
He must have
picture
been
108.
drunk
There's
when he
3
met
different
her.
Pictures there. Do you see those?
But
Yes.
ugly.
Is that Nick in all of those?
Yes,
Is that Nick on the left-hand side and the right-hand side? Are those pictures of Nick working on some property you guys owned in South Dakota?
yes.
Nick, a bit of a
Oh,
handyman.
mom's all done.
Oh, yes,
Does he fix stuff around the house?
Hey, Chopper.
yes,
Fix stuff around the yard?
yes,
Is he good with tools?
yes, he is.
Do his friends sometimes call him if they've got some sort of problem that they want fixed? He's
Yes,
the guy to go to?
yes,
And does he solve it often with tools?
yes.
Have you seen him carry a pocket knife before?
All the time.
You see it, in this case, I think we've called it a utility knife or a pocket knife. But it's a small knife that he puts in his pocket, right?
Yep,
Have you seen him use that before?
yes,
Have you seen him solve problems around the house with that?
yes,
Solve problems around the outside property with that?
yes,
Have you seen other people ask him about, hey, Nick, can you do this? And he'll use the pocket knife to fix something or solve something.
yes.
Who cares?
Showing you what's been marked as exhibit 109. See those 3 photos there?
Yes,
Chit chatty
Is
now,
that
right?
Nick?
yes, it is.
Is that Nick in the hospital on the 2 ones on the left?
Yes,
Why was Nick in the hospital?
he had a quadruple bypass done.
And when was that?
I think it was 2020.
Okay. And you see in the one on the left and in the one on the right, he has some sort of red pillow that's on his chest. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What was the purpose of the red pillow?
So when he would sit up, he could hold that pillow against his chest to help prevent the pain.
Okay. How long was he in recovery as a result of that? Do you know?
Who cares?
I don't remember. I know he wasn't in the hospital long because they try and get you out right away.
Hello, Chopper.
I remember if he was home 3 to 4 weeks afterwards.
Now, you knew him well before 2020, correct?
Yes,
And then you knew him till today, sometime after the surgery, correct?
yes,
Fair to say that since the surgery, he's had some more limitations
yes,
on his physical ability, correct?
yes.
He wasn't quite as fit as he was before.
I mean, if the guy's got a temper like he does running across the water to those kids, no wonder he had a freaking heart attack, man. Oh my God.
Or would you agree?
Yes,
And maybe this happens to all of us men when we get into our 50s, but appear to you that he lost some of his confidence in his fitness,
yes,
lost some of his ability to think he could go off and do anything and that he's invincible.
yes,
This certainly humbled him to that degree.
yes.
And did he limit himself to some degree?
He did to some degree, yes.
Did he at some point tell you, like, I just can't do this anymore, or make complaints about his own fitness?
No, Nick never did that.
He wasn't a complainer?
Not too much, no. And he tried, if he could do it one way or the other, he usually did it.
Okay, all right. Problem solver.
Yes.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Was he on any sort of like exercise regime that you saw him do, or is he just somebody that stayed like active working around the house?
It was just active working around the house.
He's not like a jogger, a biker,
No,
No,
a
he
lifter,
snorkels
or
for
anything along those lines?
exercise.
Okay. There were some questions about alcohol use. And before I get into that day, just in general, Nick a big drinker?
no, not real big drinker. Occasionally he will, but not very often. He'll have a couple beers after work.
Okay. On this day, were you concerned about his alcohol consumption on July 30th of 2022?
Oh, no, no.
Was he in any way, did you seen him impaired on other days?
Oh, I've seen him, yes.
On that day, was he in any way impaired?
No,
Were you worried about his intoxication level in any way, shape, or form?
no,
And in your group, was there anybody in your group that was just like slamming drinks?
no. They had beers, but everybody shared them. And I don't know how many they had, but there was nobody that was intoxicated in our group like that, no.
Okay. Showing you what's been, I think we talked before.
Did
about
her
the other-
attitude
now here's
ever
exhibit
change?
110. You see that photo?
Yes,
Is that Nick on the
Wow.
left?
yes, it is.
Okay, and I'm gonna, Nick there, is that what he wore on the way to tubing?
Yes,
His shorts, they're camouflage shorts. Does he have a lot of clothing in which is, camouflaged?
yes,
Okay, that's just kind of his, I don't want to say signature, but he's got camo clothes.
yes, he does, lots of them.
Okay, and is it unusual for him when he's doing outdoor activities to wear some of those clothes that are made for outdoor activities?
No, it's not unusual.
Is it unusual for you to see him out and about in a camo shirt?
No.
And so that's what he wore there that day.
Yes,
We see in that picture there that he has a ball cap on, is that right?
yes,
And I think there's some other, the original picture here. Exhibit 12, he doesn't have the ball cap on, is that right?
He does not there.
Were there times when you guys were on the river that day that you saw him with the hat on and with the hat off?
I didn't pay attention.
Okay, other than what's documented in the photos, though, that you don't have any particular memory?
No,
Was it unusual, would it be unusual for you to see him with a hat on?
no, that's not unusual.
Okay, he wears a hat pretty regularly?
Yes,
And then I think in both of these photos, he's wearing sunglasses, is that right?
yeah,
Do you remember him wearing sunglasses on that day?
yes, I knew he brought him with.
Okay. Again, fair to say that it was sunny out that day?
Yes.
Okay,
Um,
okay.
Anything that you,
She remembers if he brought sunglasses, but she remembers absolutely nothing that the prosecution was asking. Remembered nothing. And she remembers if he wore sunglasses that day. Jeez.
you thought was unusual about your husband wearing sunglasses on a sunny day outside?
Ah.
No,
Were there times that you saw him take the sunglasses off?
I didn't pay attention.
He brought some snorkel and goggles though, right?
Yes,
And there was certainly a time when he would, before this incident that we're going to eventually talk about, there were times that you saw him in the water using the snorkel and goggle, correct?
no,
You didn't see that?
no,
Okay. So has anyone ever showed you the photos or the video of him kind of just resting in the water with the snorkel and the goggles?
no.
Is that something that you've seen him do in the past?
Well, he goes in the water, but he usually doesn't bring the snorkeling and goggles with.
Okay.
He did this time only because I had mentioned that not to wear any jewelry because the water's cold, because he wanted to know why. And I said, because your jewelry falls off, your rings will fall off your hands because the water's cold.
Okay.
Oh,
So
yes.
he thought he'd bring it with and look for jewelry in the water.
Oh, okay.
That's why he brought it.
Okay. And that's something that you guys discussed prior to that?
Yes,
All right. You'd also mentioned prior to, in addition to the snorkel and goggles, you said, I think on direct, Ernesto called and asked him to bring the pocket knife. Do you remember
Yes.
saying that?
yes,
Were you there present when you saw Nick answer the phone?
yes.
And did you know who Nick was speaking to?
He told me who he was talking to.
And it was Ernesto?
Yes,
Not yet.
And at some point after that phone call, did you see Nick go and do something?
I saw him leave the room.
Okay. And then when he came back, did he have the pocket knife that he often has?
I don't know. He told me Ernesto wanted him to bring the
Wait,
knife.
I'm sorry. This is Ernesto talking? Sustained.
Did you eventually see Nick at the Somerset tubing parking lot using the knife to cut some strings?
Yes,
Were you surprised that he had his pocket knife with him to cut the strings?
no,
At other times during the day, did you see him using the knife to fix his shoes at all?
no, I did not.
So I want to ask you some questions now, focusing on really about July 30th, okay? At some point, there was a time when somebody in your party lost the phone, correct?
Yes,
And that was Ariel, correct?
yes,
And there was a discussion about what you guys were going to do, correct?
yes,
And eventually, Nick went off looking for the phone, correct?
yes,
And when you saw him leave looking for the phone, you saw him with the snorkel and the goggles, correct?
yes,
And at that point, when he left, he didn't have his hat on or his sunglasses on. Agreed?
right.
And his shirt, had he been taking his shirt on and off that day?
He may have.
Do you remember when he walked away that time, did he have his shirt on or his shirt off?
I think it was off because he was going in the water.
Okay. Did you find it unusual when Nick decided to go help a friend and go look for a phone?
No,
Is that just kind of what Nick does?
yes,
Is, when he did that, did you think you needed to keep an eye on him?
no,
Were you worried about him? Like
No.
his behavior?
no,
Throughout that day, had you seen him
Yes. Talk to her like you were talking to all the victims. Talk to her the same.
cause any conflicts that day?
no,
Engage with anybody in a way that made you like want to control your husband's behavior?
no,
Were you worried about that in any way?
no,
You were just basically like, look for the phone. I'm going to sit here and relax in the tube.
exactly.
And that's what you did.
That's what I did.
At some point, he came back and then he left again, correct?
Yes,
Do you know exactly what he was doing each time that he was gone from your group?
no,
You weren't keeping an eye out for him?
no. I would sit up in the tube once in a while just to see where he was.
Okay. And so this first time you saw him down in the same area that you eventually saw him the second time. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
But you couldn't hear what was going on.
no,
You didn't see any conflict, right?
no,
You just basically saw Nick in the middle walking
And
around or
unalived.
occasionally putting his face in the water, looking for the phone.
yes,
That's what you saw?
Unalived, a
Yes.
No conflict at all.
17-year-old.
no,
Agreed?
yes,
And then at some point you said he comes back and then he leaves. Is that right?
yes,
And some point during the second trip is when you notice, when you sit up in the tube, at some point you notice that there's something going on down there, correct?
yes,
And it causes you concern.
yes,
Causes you concern for the safety of your husband.
yes,
Because you heard stuff, right? You heard like commotion noises.
I don't know if I heard anything,
Okay.
but when I sat up in the tube, I saw stuff.
And when you saw them, did you see him surrounded by other people?
Trying to think if I saw that.
Oh, you will have.
I don't remember if I saw him surrounded by people.
Did you see him
Okay.
raise his left hand and make a motion towards you or other people in the group?
No, I did not see that.
Okay. Had you seen that, would you have responded?
Oh, yes,
Is your husband somebody that takes calling for help lightly?
no,
You ever seen him in a situation before where he calls for help?
no,
This is the first time?
yes,
Have you ever seen a situation before where you felt like he needed help?
no,
So what you saw, that must have been pretty scary.
yes.
What exactly did you see that raised your level of fear so much that you said these other guys, they got to go down there?
Okay, if she was all concerned and what have you, why did she say she left within 20 minutes? Oh, Lordy. I
I don't remember if I saw anything before, but I remember seeing him in the water on his hands and knees and getting hit.
Okay. Did he look to be in a safe space?
No,
And that's why you sent your friends down there for him?
yes,
And you were worried about him?
yes,
The prosecutor asked questions about what his injuries were. Why didn't you just wait to see if they like drowned him?
Objection, Judge.
Why'd you send the help when you did?
because I wanted my husband back safe.
Why didn't you wait until you wanted it to get more serious?
Why? You don't do that. I wanted him safe. I wanted him back.
You wanted to get him in a safe spot before it got so bad that it couldn't be fixed.
Yes,
And you were worried that it might get so bad that it couldn't be fixed.
exactly.
That's all.
Mr. Anderson?
Really, approach?
Yes.
Here comes her bad attitude again, I'll bet you. You watch the snark. What a different attitude
All
between
right, let's continue.
lawyers.
Mr. Anderson?
Here we
And
go.
you testified on direct, the thing that you saw that caused you to send people over was the young guys jumping up, getting up out of their tubes, right?
Yeah,
Okay. And then that's when Ariel and Ernesto walked over.
I don't remember, I guess. I don't. I thought it was when he was in the water getting hit, but it may have been before that.
Do you remember what you said to law enforcement? If it was when the kids or the young guys, however you want to describe them, got out of their tubes?
I don't remember.
Yep, the memory's gone again. It's out of there.
And also on direct, you testified you never heard Nicolae yell for help, right?
No, I did not.
And would you agree smiling and going like this?
No,
No what?
no, I didn't see that.
Okay. So you didn't see anything, you didn't see a visual call for help, you didn't hear a call for help?
No, like I said, I wear hearing aids. I can't wear them in the water, and the water's loud. I wouldn't have heard him.
Okay. When was Nicolae's surgery?
I want to say it was August of 2020.
So about 2 years before July of 2022.
Yes,
And you said the recovery was about 4 to 5 weeks?
3 to 4.
3 to 4, okay. And then after that, you said it didn't really slow Nicolae down. He still did what he did before?
Well, it slowed him down some because sometimes it took him a little bit longer. He always got everything done, but he just couldn't do it as fast as what he did before because he didn't have the strength.
Okay. Still did yard work, chores around the house, that kind of stuff?
Right.
Wasn't feeble?
Hmm?
Wasn't feeble?
No.
Could still run?
Yeah, he just had the pain.
Okay.
Dandy. Oh, did he?
Yes, sorry,
Okay.
Judge, I was trying to, thank you.
Okay.
What I understand you saying is you didn't hear him call for help, correct?
Right,
And you didn't see him call for help, correct?
right.
But you would agree, had you seen him make a gesture with his left hand waving you, you would have considered that a call.
Projection and speculation, it's a hypothetical.
She's already answered the question.
I wasn't done asking, I guess, I'm not
Good point. Finish asking the question, but I think we've already gone through this.
just following up on his redirect, so
I know, but I think we've already gone through this, so I don't want to waste time.
try to be really quick. You would agree, had you seen him raise his left hand in a motion like this, you would have considered that from your husband, who you've known for that long, a call for help?
Yes,
Ask and answer, no other speculation.
Sustained, and she's already answered the question again. Next topic, please.
You were asked some questions about when you actually raised a concern, so much though that you sent 2 men over there to help your husband. Remember that?
yes,
And what I believe you first said on the first time was when you saw him getting hit, you sent the 2 people over, correct?
yes,
But we came to learn that you may have been concerned even before that and sent people over to help him even before that.
I may have, yes,
You were worried, you didn't wait until he got hit. You were worried about it even before that, correct?
yes,
You just saw a situation in which he looked like he was outnumbered by a bunch of young men, correct?
yes,
And that concerned you.
yes,
And that's why you sent some other people over there, correct?
yes.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mew. You may step down.
Judge, if I didn't already, the exhibits that I showed, I just moved for their admission. I believe I did before, but
Were those photographs admitted?
111 was not included in that, so I'll have to do that later. I just want to make sure the clerk knows.
Ms. Mew, please see the witness coordinator in the back, and she'll tell you where to go next.
Oh, I don't like that woman. What a demon.
Are you going? Want to keep going? Or take a break?
Lordy, lordy.
Keep going. Okay. We're going to keep going unless someone needs to use the restroom.
Beautiful
Everyone's good?
bride you have.
Who's the next
there.
witness?
Larry Davis.
Judge, I guess I should know for the record that Mr. Davis has requested that he also not be recorded. I know how the court feels about it, but I'm making the request.
Is he a victim?
No, he's a witness.
Statute allows an exception for victims. Please come forward. Coming. Please face the clerk. Raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Smestad.
Have you state your name for the record, please?
Valerian Davis,
Mr. Davis, how old are you?
24,
What city do you live in?
Minneapolis.
Were you tubing on the Apple River near Somerset, Wisconsin on July 30th of 2022?
Yes.
Were you with a group of your friends?
Yes.
How many folks, if you remember?
It was 4 of us in total.
Were you drinking some alcohol that day?
Yeah.
Do you think you were impaired?
No.
At some point, did your group have contact with a group of teenagers having a confrontation with an older male?
Yes.
Do you remember what time that was?
I don't remember the specific time, but it was during the day while we was on the river.
All right. And your group of folks, do you remember how many tubes you had?
We had like 4 strung together.
All right. I'm going to show you. We have a video from parts of the river. I'm going to show you a still frame from that video. It's number 2670.
It's gonna pop up right here.
It will in a second, once they're ready.
Mr. Davis, if you can look at the monitor on the jury box there, showing you still 2670 from our video. Do you see yourself in that still frame?
Yeah, right there with my hand up.
All right, is that you standing up?
Yeah.
Blue shorts?
Yeah.
Is that your group?
Yes.
In the foreground, do you see a gentleman who's splashing down into the water?
Yes.
In this particular still frame, is your back to the person going in the water?
Yes.
All right. What are you holding up in your hand?
My phone.
Were you taking a picture or something
Yeah, I was recording the video.
of yourself?
Yeah.
At some point when you were recording that video, did you realize something was going on behind you?
Yeah, when I was recording the video and I was showing the whole, like when I was recording my video, I was showing my whole view, and that's how I noticed what was going on in the background.
All right. Did eventually you turn around and start actually recording what was happening?
Yes.
Do you remember when you first started recording, how many seconds or minutes was it after that picture where you're doing the selfie? If you,
I'll say it was like right after that because I was on Snapchat, so I saved that video and then I tried to take another video.
all right. I'm going to show you another still frame from our video. It'll be 3093, Judge. We're ready. Larry, and still 3093, do you see yourself in that photo?
Yes.
Are you standing or sitting?
Standing.
What are you doing in this particular frame?
I'm recording the incident.
All right. We're going to play Mr. Davis's video here. It's exhibit. Oh, pardon me. Did you get a chance to come to our office and review the video that you took?
Yeah.
And did you put your initials on the flash drive that your video is located on?
Yes.
I'm going to show you, Judge, if I can approach.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit 21. Does that look familiar?
Yes.
Is that the flash drive you watched earlier today?
Yes.
Are those your initials on there?
Yeah.
And the date?
Yes.
And I guess before we play it, I'll ask you a few more questions. At some point, after you were finished recording, and we'll get to that part, did you tell law enforcement that you had a video of the incident?
Yeah.
And did you try to transfer that to a law enforcement officer?
Yes.
Was there a problem with the transfer?
Yes.
What the video that you transferred, is it garbled in some sense?
It's the video. It's like what's the word? It's like blurry because I sent it from my iPhone to the officer's Android phone.
Right. After that initial transfer of the video, did you have an issue with your phone?
Yes, it had water damage.
All right. Did you drop it in the river that day?
Yes.
Did you try to figure out a way to extract your original video out of the phone?
Yeah, I tried to do the iCloud because with iPhones you got your iCloud storage, and with Snapchat I tried to see with like with your storage on Snapchat it'll back up to the cloud too. I tried to see if that was going to work, but it never worked.
Did you eventually send your phone in to try to be repaired?
Yeah.
Were they ever able to retrieve the original video you took?
No, they only got that video.
All right. At some point, did you tell the police where your phone was, or they were trying to repair it?
Yes.
And then did you give them permission to take it?
Yes.
We're going to play it, Judge. It's Exhibit 21. I move to admit and publish to the jury.
Any objection to 21? 21 is received. Go ahead and play it. Wait till they give us the cue.
Judge, we're having some technical issues with the video here. If you can just bear with us. We're ready. Mr. Davis, is that the video that you took back on July 30th, 2022?
Yes.
As you were recording it, were you watching what was happening at the same time?
Yes.
What did you see happen?
I saw him stab the light-skinned dude before and like slice his whole stomach open. And you could see him like push the next person in that video, but it's like real blurry. That's pretty much it.
Were you able to tell the people that had been injured?
Yes.
Did you and your group make any efforts to assist these folks that were injured?
Yes.
What did you do?
Me and my brother, we had helped carry. It was a girl. She had got stabbed, and then we helped. There was another dude that got stabbed in like his arm. I think we helped him. We walked him out the water too because he was like hysterical.
Yeah. I mean, it's horrid.
I got a question, John.
Mr. Your officer.
So, Mr. Davis, you provided 2 interviews to law enforcement. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. One on August 10th of 2022, and then another one on March 7th of this year. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to make sure I understand your testimony correctly in terms of the video. Are you saying that you recorded, there was more video that you recorded, it was just lost in the transfer?
Yes.
Okay. And is what was lost in the transfer, I mean, you've provided the police with information on what you said you saw, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked today about what you saw, and you said you saw that a light-skinned dude got stabbed, right?
Yes.
Did you see more than that?
Yeah. It was like a tussle.
Okay. Well, I'm going to get into that with you for a minute, okay? So what you've provided to the state in terms of what you say you observed, there's much more than that. True?
Yes.
Okay. And your, can I ask you this? Is your memory of events, so you give 2 statements, one about 11 days after the incident, 12 days, and one 21 months after the incident. Which memory in terms of the dates when you give those statements, is one better than the other?
Well, it'd be the one that was closer to the event. That would be better. But I gave a statement to the officer that day.
Okay. So if I said to you, memory's normally better closer in time to an event, would you agree with that?
Yes.
All right. Now, on the interview that you gave in March of this year, though, you told the police that you remember it like it was yesterday. Remember that?
I don't remember saying them exact words, but
Officer or investigator O'Keefe said to you, you said you remember it like it was yesterday, though, and you say, yeah. Okay?
Yep.
Okay. Now, and you had described, at least in your interview with the police, that you were really kind of paying attention to what was going on.
Yes.
Okay. In your statement in March of 2024, you say, tell me if you remember this. I remember he had a hat on. He had on. Like, he looked like he wasn't supposed to be in the water. Like he just came out of the bushes. He just came out. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
So is it your testimony today, under oath, that the person involved in this incident had a hat on and came out of the bushes?
No.
You told the police.
I told them that, yes, but I don't, like you said, it could be foggy. I don't think that's what it was no more, though.
Okay, well, this is less than a month ago. You had this conversation with them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And were you intentionally lying to the police?
No.
Okay. So where do you come up with the idea that he came out of the bushes?
Because that's why I saw him running to the bushes after the incident.
Okay. And
Hi.
tell me if this is fair. You tell the police he walks in the water. He had pants on and everything. He had a jacket on. Right?
Yeah, I don't recall that.
Well, the police say you said it. Do you deny saying it?
If that's what y'all got, I guess, yeah, I said it. I don't remember saying it, I should say.
You don't remember March of this year talking to the police?
Yeah, I remember talking to him. I don't remember saying he had a jacket and a coat on.
Okay.
I remember he had on a hat,
Okay.
and he had on shorts.
Okay.
I don't recall no jacket though.
All right, but you don't dispute that you told the police that.
No,
Why would you tell the police that?
like you said, our memory is a little joggy over 2 years ago.
But you told them that you remembered it like it was yesterday.
Jeez, this guy.
Yeah,
Do you?
that was a month ago. I said that though.
Okay. So a month ago, you remembered 21 months ago like yesterday. In the 26 days that have passed since then, it's all faded.
I object argumentative.
Sustained. You made your point.
Okay.
Yeah, this lawyer's just a
You
dickwad.
also said to the police, he came out of the bushes and he was taking pictures of the girls.
Yes, I said that.
You saw that?
No, I said that.
I understand you said it. Did you see it?
Yes.
So you saw Mr. Mew with his camera that afternoon taking pictures of little girls. That's what you're telling this jury.
Oh, no. No, that's what I said.
No, like I said, I understand you said it. Is it
Stop
true?
being such a dick.
Oh, I don't know.
Why would you say it if you don't know if it's true?
It was a lot going on.
A lot was going on March 7th of 2024.
No, that.
Objection argumentative.
Overruled.
Say it one more time for me.
I just want to make sure you understand. Okay, on March 7th of 2024, you have a recorded interview with investigators O'Keefe and Justness, I think is how you pronounce his name. They speak to you about this incident, right? Yes?
Yes.
And on March 7th of 2024, you tell these law enforcement officers
Yeah.
that he comes out of the bushes and that he's taking pictures of girls, right? You tell them
Yes.
that.
Yes.
That's not true, is it?
I guess so. That's it's hard to say because like that's what I recall from the date that happened. That's what I was telling the officer.
Okay. You'd agree when you were interviewed by the officers back in 2022, you never said anything about him taking photos of little girls, right?
I don't remember that.
Okay. You don't remember ever telling them that he came out of the bushes either, do you?
I know I said that.
You certain of that, sir?
Well, no, it's over 2 years ago.
Okay. I just want you to
But I believe that's what I told them.
Okay. And you didn't tell him that he was wearing a hat and a jacket and pants back in 2022, did you?
But also 2022, we were on the water, we were drinking and everything. What I saw was a scuffle and a man stabbing people.
Okay. You said much, much more to the police on your interview in March of 2024. You provided far greater details. Okay? And that's the stuff that I want to talk to you about. You told the police he walked into the water fully clothed. That's not true, is it?
No.
But he wasn't lying. He was
You
mistaken.
told the police he got caught taking pictures of little girls.
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled.
That's not true, is it?
I guess not, no. Actually, can I say I don't know on that one? With the pictures and the girl taking pictures?
Let him ask the question and please give an answer.
Okay.
When this whole thing kind of starts, you're making a video, you said, right?
Yes.
Okay, and I think back in August of 2022, you said that you were taking a video, and I don't want to get this wrong. You were recording your girl because you said she was kind of arguing with you. Is that true?
No.
No? So if you said that, that wouldn't be true.
Wait, you said I was recording my girl because she was arguing with me.
I can just tell you what you said and you can tell me.
Yeah.
I'm recording me and my girl because she has an attitude.
That sounds more. Yeah, that sounds more like it.
Very good. So you were recording the person you were with because she had an attitude, according to you. Right?
But in a sense, I was still using this camera. So when I say I did that, it's like this.
Okay.
And that's how I seen what was going on behind me.
Now, okay. You indicated back in August of 2022, they asked you about what you saw when I say they, law enforcement. And you said, we just drinking and stuff. I wasn't even paying attention. Is that true?
Yes.
So you weren't paying attention to what was going on. You were just, and that's okay. You were just drinking and stuff.
Objection, asked.
Overruled.
Right?
That was another thing that I said that was, yes. But I can't just say, you can't say I wasn't paying attention. If I noticed in my phone camera, I was still paying attention. That's how.
Mr. Davis, I'm not saying you weren't paying attention. That's what you said.
Right.
Okay. So in August of 2022, you say you weren't paying attention. In March of 2024, you said you remembered it like yesterday and were paying close attention. Which one's true?
Both of them. That's how I felt when I said it, right?
So you have the ability to not pay attention and pay close attention at the same time.
No.
Then how can they both be true, sir?
Objection.
You've made your point.
It's,
You don't have to answer.
my last couple questions, and then I'll let you go. Your initial interview with law enforcement back in August, you indicated that you said the following: I don't recall like what the old man looked like or anything. I don't even know if it was an old man. Do you recall saying that? Yes?
Yep.
Okay. So back in August of 2022, you didn't, if I'm hearing or reading what you wrote correctly or said, you didn't remember what the person who was involved in this, if they were old, young, what, right?
Yep.
Okay. Have you, as this has been going on, the case, have you been following it like on media, social media? I'm not just talking about the trial. I'm talking about from the time this happened up until now. Have you been trying to gather information from those sources?
Nah, the only thing that I ever seen was right after it happened, the little news article about the stabbing and stuff, and that was pretty much it.
Okay. All right, Mr. Davis, thank you for your time, sir.
Any questions?
Just one question. I maybe I want to clear up this. Mr. Davis, did you know any of these folks other than the people on your tube?
Didn't know nobody but my girl, my sister, and her boyfriend, my brother.
Nothing else. Thank you.
Mr. Shropsy? All right, thank you, Mr. Davis. The witness coordinator in the back will tell you where to go next. It's 2:45. This is a good time for our afternoon break. Let's come back at 3 o'clock. Please take the jury out.
All right. Let's get afternoon break over and done with. No, 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 no. There we are. Lunch
Attorneys
is
are
over.
present.
Break
Mr.
is
Liu
over.
present. We're ready to continue. Mr. Anderson, who is the next witness?
Sheena Lowell.
I'm sorry, what was the name?
Sheena Lowell.
Lowell. Okay.
Yes.
Ms. Lowell, please come forward. Yep, keep going. You're good. Please face the clerk. Raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes.
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Anderson.
Can you please state your first and last name and spell your last name?
Sheena Lowell, Lowell,
Sheena, where do you currently live?
Nebraska,
And did you used to live closer to the area?
Wisconsin. Yes.
When did you move?
2 years ago.
And may I approach?
Yes.
So this is 26A. Were you with these folks tubing on the river on
Yeah.
July 30,
Yes.
2022? And did you actually take this photo?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And then is that you kind of cropped in there on the bottom?
Yes.
Okay. Were you in a relationship with Quentin at the time?
Yes.
Okay. So that was your connection to other people in the group?
Yes.
Are you and Quentin current, or have you guys separated since?
Yes.
And have you had contact with anyone from that group since you and Quentin separated?
No.
More attitude.
And Sheena, do you have any prior criminal convictions?
Yes.
How many?
3.
On July 30, 2022, were you drinking?
No.
You were sober?
Yes.
Do you just never drink, or were you a sober driver that day, or?
I'm a recovering alcoholic.
Okay. And
All good, James.
at some point along the tubing route, did something catch your group's attention?
We were coming around, it looked like a bend on the river, and a group of younger kids were screaming for help.
And what do you remember after that?
I remember as we were getting closer, they were yelling, "Help, please get this person away from us." The kids in our group got up off of the tubes, walked over to get in between to get him away from them.
And do you recall who the first ones that walked over were?
Madison.
And did Madison make contact with the gentleman or speak with the guy?
She was pointing downriver, just saying, "Get away, go, leave them alone."
Okay. And what happened after that you remember?
They all were basically doing the same thing, and then he punched her in the face.
Did you see which hand he used, right hand, left hand? Could you see from where you were?
No.
Okay. You just saw hand go to her face, but you couldn't tell.
I don't remember.
Okay. Were you looking from profile or from straight on, or?
From straight on.
Okay. And now I'm gonna show you some, let's see. And have you ever seen the video of the incident?
No.
And when did you get to Wisconsin from Nebraska for your testimony?
Yesterday morning.
Okay, and you haven't, and you spoke with us prior to testifying?
Yes.
And by phone, not in person?
Yes.
So you still to this day haven't seen the video?
No.
After the guy punched Maddie, what did you see after that?
After he punched Madison, Dante punched him twice. He went under the water the first time. He came back up. Dante punched him one more time. And then it looked like he was punching them back, but he was actually stabbing them.
And when you say them, who did you see? And when I say he, you didn't know who he was at the time.
No, sir.
Now you know him to be Nicolae Mew.
Yes.
Okay. And when you said you saw him, you thought hitting people, who did you see him hit?
Riley, Dante, Tony, AJ.
And when you thought he hit Riley, could you see what she was doing?
She was yelling.
Did you see her push or strike at Mew at all?
No, she turned around and started running.
And what about, what do you recall about seeing Dante hit?
When Dante was hit, it just looked like he was being punched, and he retreated also.
And did you ever see Dante hit Mew after those first two strikes you saw?
No, sir.
And when you thought hit, turned out to be stabbed, was that sometime after Dante had hit Mew?
Yes.
Sustained.
Why don't you, as best as you can remember, what do you remember do you remember this specific sequence?
No.
Okay. And I want to bring up some stills here. Can we bring up 1980? And do you see yourself in that image?
I do.
Can you describe where you are in that image?
Standing up behind the two kids.
And are you in the white bikini top there in the background?
Yes.
Was your hair light back then?
Yes.
And you're facing pretty much straight on towards the cameraman and the person off to the left?
Yes.
Okay, can we go to 2166? Where are you in that? Or do you see yourself in that photo?
Yep, in the same spot.
Facing straight on towards the cameraman, essentially?
Yes.
Can we go to 2564? See yourself in that still frame?
Yes.
And
Standing up between the tubes.
can we go to 3003? Three zero zero three. Do you see yourself in that one also?
Yes.
Same thing, looking towards the incident?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall seeing where Nicolae went afterwards?
Straight back up into the woods.
Do you see him go towards the woods or into the woods?
Towards the woods.
And then when you saw him going towards the woods, did you look away before you actually saw where he went?
Yes.
Did something else catch your attention?
Yes, Riley did.
So you were basically standing by your tubes and watched everything,
Yes.
and you're stone cold sober?
Yes.
Do you remember, did the incident happen fast, slow? How do you remember it?
It happened really fast.
Is it hard to say exactly what happened first, second, third?
Yes.
You're sure you saw him punch Maddie?
Yes.
Sustained.
And did you tell these, were you interviewed by law enforcement shortly afterwards?
Yes, I was.
And did you tell law enforcement what you saw?
Yes, I did.
Nothing else, Judge.
Mr. Shropsy?
Ms. Lowell, you say that do you hear this group of the six boys, young men asking for help?
Yes.
Okay. And do you look over and see what's going on?
Yes.
And you see that there's one man there, right, Mr. Mew?
Yes.
Okay. And you say to the police that this guy was harassing them, right?
Yes.
Okay. What did you see him doing?
He was holding their tubes. He would not let them go.
He would not let the tubes go.
No,
Did you see Mr. Mew walk around the tubes and walk away from the boys downstream a little bit?
no,
You didn't see that?
no.
Okay. At that point, you say Madison gets off her tube and starts to walk over there. Is that right?
Yes,
And do you recall Mr. Mew walking over toward Madison
no, Madison met him at the tube.
at the tubes?
Yes,
So you're saying that Mr. Mew didn't walk towards Madison at all?
no,
If I told you the distance from where you were, where your group was to the incident is about 131 feet. Sound about right to you?
yes,
Okay. So you're 45 yards or so away.
yes,
Yes? Okay. And when Madison, so you say Madison walks over to Mr. Mew, she just starts yelling at him, doesn't she?
She put her hand up like this and said, "Get away from them."
Well, what she actually said on tape was, go, get your fucking ass, go.
What's the objection? Come on up, please, come on up.
So now they're going to argue over verbiage, not like it changes the facts. It's just absolutely brutal what this defense lawyer gets away with. He's a POS. Yeah, I don't think they did, James. I don't think they seen it until it was too late. Everything happened so fast, you know, and it took them a couple minutes to realize what even happened to themselves.
Says something different than what the attorney says, you may disregard the attorney's suggestion entirely. Next question, please.
Ms. Lowell, do you hear Ms. Cohen say, go, get your fucking ass, go? Do you hear that?
I do not.
You see her pointing downriver to Mr. Mew, is that right?
Yes,
And do you see at that point Dante?
yes,
Let me finish, okay? Next to Madison.
yes,
Do you see Dante pointing for him to go downriver as well?
yes,
Do you know where or if Mr. Mew has a group with him?
no,
Okay. So you wouldn't know if the group is actually behind you almost, right? And he's got to go the other way, upriver to get out of that situation, right? You wouldn't know that.
no,
And would you describe Madison Cohen as getting in Mr. Mew's face?
no,
You wouldn't describe her as getting in his personal space?
no,
Do you see her put her hands on him?
no,
Do you know if she did?
yes.
You know she did?
I know she didn't.
All right. So you're testifying under oath, not only that you didn't see it, but you know she didn't do it.
I know she didn't.
Okay. Did you see Riley put her hands on Mr. Mew?
No,
And you've testified that you saw Mr. Mew punch Madison. Yes?
Yes,
Okay. You don't recall with which hand, is that fair?
that's fair.
Do you see Madison come back to your group?
Yes,
Is she holding her face?
yes, she came straight to me.
What side of her face is she holding?
Her right.
Do you have a phone with you?
I do. It's shut off.
No, I don't mean right now.
Yes.
Back then, I meant.
No.
Okay. On that day, it's okay. On that day, you didn't have a phone with you.
No.
There comes a time when I think Madison is calling 911 though, so she has a phone, right? To your knowledge?
We found a phone and hit a button to call 911.
Okay. Here's my question. Do you recall anyone taking photographs of Madison's face?
No. The police.
You saw the police take photos of her
Yes.
face? Okay. Can I ask you this? There's a gentleman on the end there with a beard. Is he the gentleman who was taking the photographs of her?
There were several police there, not just one.
Okay.
So I
do you
don't know.
recognize that?
I believe I spoke with him once,
Okay.
but I've spoke with probably 6 or 7 officers.
Can you describe the punch? It's been described various ways in court. Can you describe it?
It was just a quick punch, as you would see somebody punch somebody.
So it's been described different ways. So it was just a punch, like straight on punch
Yes.
with his right hand. No?
I don't know.
Okay. And at that point, you see Dante punch Mr. Mew in the face.
Yes.
And you see Mr. Mew go down. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you see Dante hit him again.
He comes back up and Dante hits him one more time.
Do you recall Dante hitting Mr. Mew while Mr. Mew was on his back in the water?
No.
Okay. Are you saying that you saw Mr. Mew rise to his feet and Dante hit him again?
Yes.
When that happened, did Mr. Mew go down again?
No. That was when he just started punching.
Okay. So just want to make sure I'm hearing you. Mr. Mew gets punched in the face by Dante and you see him go down. Yes?
Yes.
Then he rises up.
Yes.
He being Mr. Mew.
Asked and answered.
Overruled.
He rises back up. Dante punches him again in the face. And then Mr. Mew, I think you describe it as gets to punching.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know AJ Martin?
I very briefly met him before our tubing trip.
Okay. Do you, from your vantage point, do you see AJ Martin come up behind Mr. Mew and shove him?
No.
Do you see Mr. Mew, as you describe it, punch or stab AJ Martin?
Yes.
Do you see AJ Martin, when that's happening, pushing Mr. Mew backwards into the water?
No.
Do you see do you see Anthony Carlson get stabbed?
Yes.
Do you see Anthony put his hands on Mr. Mew, on Mr. Mew's kind of backside? When I say backside, like his back, shoulder area before that happens?
No, because he was facing him.
Okay. I know you don't know or didn't know Isaac Schumann. Did you see the interaction between Mr. Mew and Isaac Schumann?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you see the interaction between Mr. Mew and Dante?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall when that happens in this kind of like sequential events?
Dante was the second or third person.
Okay. So you didn't see Dante and Mr. Mew have contact after everything was done when Dante
No,
was there?
because they had come running to me.
Okay. So, trying to make sure I understand. In your recollection, Dante is second or third.
Yes.
Just one second, Judge. Well, I don't have any other questions for you. Thank you for your time today.
Hold on a second. There might be another question. Mr. Anderson?
Yes. Shana, you recall the questions I asked you on direct generally? I'll be more specific. Your interview with law enforcement, has this gotten a lot more detailed, the questions you've been asked here, than what you talked about with law enforcement?
Yes.
So you're trying to remember back almost 2 years ago.
Yes.
You're trying your best to answer as truthfully as best you can remember.
Yes.
Given where you were about 130 feet away, your ability to see would it have been affected depending on if there's other people between you and what's going on?
Yes.
And you testified on direct that you couldn't remember the sequence of events of when people were hit, turned out to be stabbed. So do you know for sure that Dante was the last one stabbed?
Objection.
No.
Sustained, but she's answering. If you hear objection, just hold your answer. Okay, thank you.
I don't have anything else.
Mr. Shaughnessy?
There was a group of people around that incident when it was going on. Is that fair?
Not until after the fight ensued. We were the only people at first.
I guess what I'm going to ask you is this, Judge Micro.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been moved into evidence as exhibit number 104. Okay?
Just
That,
to approach.
Yes.
I'm showing you what is exhibit number 104. Okay?
Yes.
Now, if you look at 104, there's a G1. I'm telling you that stands for the group of boys.
Yes.
Okay. And G2 is the general location of where I'm calling it the Carlson group, where your tubes were.
Yes.
Okay? These little dots have initials on them. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And those initials are the names of people that were involved in this.
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize what RM would be?
Riley.
Okay. And MC?
Madison.
Okay. So I'm not going to quiz you, but you understand that's kind of where we're going.
Yes.
Okay. This has been, well, can I ask you this? Would you agree that based on your recollection of events, that this is an accurate depiction of the general location of where people were at the time that Madison and Riley were standing in front of Mr. Mew?
Yes.
Okay. And so tell me if this is fair. You're around G2. Can you bring that up there? Can you bring up 104? We have it. Can I just use this chair?
Yes.
Okay. All right, can you, I don't want to, can you see that okay? Is that okay, ma'am?
Yep.
Okay. So you're standing in the general direction of where it says G2. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And you're looking toward what's going on, right?
Yes.
Right. And would you agree there are people between you and Madison?
Yes.
Okay. And having people between you and Madison could impact your ability to see specifics, right?
Yes.
Okay. And is that one of the reasons it was difficult for you to see how she was struck?
Yes.
Okay. So I. Judge, can we approach real quick?
Yes. We're almost done. Mr. Anderson?
One second. we, this is frame 2166. Try to be really brief. Yes. So in that still frame 2166, can you see Dante?
Yes.
Can you see yourself?
Yes.
And then can we have the Elmo? On this diagram 104, is Dante in between and would be obstructing view from G2?
Yes.
In that still frame, was he obstructing your view?
Yes.
Let's bring up 2-1.
I object, Judge. She's answered.
Bring it up. I'll let both sides clean it up from time to time.
I guess I'll re-ask it. Depending on what you're viewing, whether you're looking at something to the left of this frame or to the right of the frame or directly on the behind Dante would depend on whether Dante's blocking your view or not. Is that fair?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Shafferson?
Can you bring up 2166 again?
That's this.
That's what I want.
Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready if you're ready. Ms. Lowe, while you might have a clear shot without Dante in your way right there, you don't have any idea if anything's actually happening at that moment, do you?
No.
That's it.
Ms. Lowell, thank you. You may step down. Please see the witness coordinator in the back, and she'll tell you where to go next. Who is the next witness? Mr. Williams, please come forward. Please face the clerk, raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Just messed up.
Your Honor, I need 1 second here. I'm having a computer malfunction. Sorry. All right, sir, can you state your name? What town do you live in? How old are you? Were you part of a group of folks that were tubing down the river, the Apple River, near Somerset back on July 30th, 2022? Was part of that group, did that include Nicolae and you? Did you know Mr. Mew? How did you get invited to their tubing party?
Coworkers.
All right. Did you know all the folks that were in the group?
Yeah.
Oh, was Mr. Mew a coworker of yours? Was he the only person that wasn't a coworker of yours?
No.
All right. Had you ever spent any time with them before that day?
No.
At some point, as you're going down the river, did one of your party lose a phone?
Yes.
Do you remember who that was?
No, I don't.
Was there any concern by the person who lost the phone?
Objection, no foundation.
Sustained.
Did you hear the person who lost the phone make any comments about that?
Objection, no foundation.
Sustained.
Is your group of tubes, are they connected together
Yes.
with rope?
Yes.
How many tubes did you have, if you remember?
Maybe about 8.
All right. Were you able, as you were going down the river that day, to converse with the other folks in your party? Once the phone was lost, were you able to hear the conversation about the phone being lost?
Yes.
All right. Did Mr. Mew at some point indicate that he wanted to go look for the phone?
Yes.
Did you see him do that?
Yes.
All right. At some point, well, first, did you see where he went? Where did he go?
We went down Riverboat. I don't know how far it was. It's probably good. I'll say about 20 yards, 30 yards.
All right. Did you see him near any other groups?
No.
Eventually, did you realize that he was getting close to a group?
Oh. Seen him, I don't know if it was an argument, I don't know what it was, but seen him confrontation. And pretty much all was sitting there, looked away for a quick second. When I looked back, that's when I seen everything going down.
All right. Well, you're getting ahead of me, Mr. Williams. So when you saw him go off to look for the phone, was he wearing snorkeling gear? All right. Did you have some concern about that?
Objection, irrelevant.
Sustained.
Did you have a conversation with the police after this matter occurred on August 3rd of 2022? And was that your home in Inver Grove Heights? And do you remember telling the police that you had some concern?
Objection, leading and irrelevant.
Sustained. I don't understand why his concern is our concern today. So that's why it's not relevant. It is a leading question.
Judge, can we approach?
Yes.
Sometimes it takes forever. You have to twist their words into just the right position to be able to get the information from a witness. It's most bizarre. Finally, you have to try 50 times, and maybe the 51st time it's the right way to answer them where you won't get denied. So it sounds like he didn't know this Nicolae and his beautiful bride. This has been quite the trial. A lot of people ended up being in the area. I don't understand why this Nicolae's wife didn't hang out and see what was going on with her husband, or did she just plan on waiting for him and the cops got him first? Maybe she thought they'd go back to that vehicle and just wait. There must have been. Must have been, Tony. Oh, I bet it has, Tracy. And is. Oh, that's a really good question, Dandy. I didn't think of that. But wouldn't that be something? Yeah, they've been showing group photos off and on. I think they've got one of pretty much all of them at one point. Pretty sure. This guy's just brutal. I don't know what would have made him decide to pull that thing out, but that was his mistake. He should pay for it.
Mr. Smithstead.
Mr. Williams, if I showed you a transcript of your conversation with Investigator Sheppy from August 3rd of 2022, would that help you refresh your mind with regard to, or your memory with regard to any concerns you had that day?
Objection. He never said his memory's not refreshed. He's not been asked the question because the previous.
Did you have any concerns that day with Mr. Mew getting in his snorkeling gear and snorkeling down by these other groups?
Yes, it is.
All right. And if you remember telling the officer what your concern was?
That people was gonna think that he was up to no good as a predator or whatever. That's my thing. That's like an eye on.
As you were keeping an eye on him, did you see him talking to two women? Did you see anything that may have happened between him and the two women?
No.
Did you see him involved in a fight with anybody?
I did look away for a second, and when I looked back, we did see a brawl in the water where me and Nesto started rushing towards him to help him out and break it up.
All right. When you saw that, was Mr. Mew in the water already?
Yeah.
All right. The group was one of the groups that he was snorkeling near. Did you see what the age was of the folks in that group?
And who was snorkeling with? Ask me the
When he was
question
snorkeling downriver from where your group was,
now. Huh?
are you able to determine the ages of any of the people downriver that he was snorkeling by?
No.
All right. Do you remember having a conversation with Investigator Williams, or pardon me, Investigator Sheppy about that?
I might have. I don't remember.
All right. If I showed you the transcript, would that refresh your memory?
So,
What page? I got approached, Coach.
Yes.
Mr. Williams, I'll ask you to read from the middle of the page down a couple of lines and let me know when you're done. Does that refresh your memory?
Yeah.
What did you tell the police you thought the ages of the boys were?
say that again.
What did you think the ages of the people were in the tubes downriver?
17 to 20.
Is that what you told the police?
Could be. Yeah. Yeah.
One thing I forgot to ask you. Just, okay. Strike that. When you first saw the physical altercation occur, what did you think was happening?
I don't know. We just rushed down and helped him out,
All right. Did you have a belief that Mr. Mew wasn't involved in the fight at first?
Seeing people on him, so he had to be involved.
Is it fair to say it's been, I don't know, almost 2 years since you talked to the investigators back on August 3rd of 2022?
Yep.
And you may not remember exactly everything you told them.
It's possible.
Do you have a memory of telling them what you thought was happening in the fight before realizing that Mr. Mew was involved in it?
Yes.
What did you tell him?
I think I may have told him that I was concerned about the young kids being intoxicated. We didn't want to stop by them. We want to stay far away from them as possible, but the pedophile thing. That's why I watched. I didn't want that. That's
Sure.
possible. I could have told him. I didn't want to think, anyone to think that he was up to no good.
Sure.
He's looking for a phone.
Did you see Mr. Mew injuring anybody?
No.
By the time you got down to him, was he already up on his feet and heading back?
Yes.
Did you see any injuries on him?
No.
He wasn't bleeding?
I didn't see anything.
At some point, did you realize that there had been some folks that were injured in the river?
Yes.
Folks that were injured in the river in the spot where he was involved in the altercation?
Laying along the side of the river, yes.
As you walked up to Mr. Mew, did he say anything to you as he came up to you?
No.
Did he ever say anything to you about what happened?
We never spoke after that again. After that, everything was just quiet.
How serious were the injuries of the folks that you saw injured?
Objection beyond his opinion, I guess.
Sustained.
What did you see? Pardon me. What did you see as far as the injuries of the folks in the river?
Bad.
Did you call 911?
Yes, I did.
Did you call 911 more than once?
Probably about 2 or 3 times, but I'm not sure.
Why did you do that?
Concerned about the people on the edge, laying on the bank of the river.
Did you attempt to give other assistance?
No, I just went and met paramedics at the river, at the bridge, and kind of walked them back where everybody were,
With those paramedics, were there some law enforcement folks too?
Yes, it were.
And I think if I understand what you're saying, you sort of directed them to where these injured people were?
Yes.
Anybody else from your group do that?
No.
You're the only person from your group that came over to help?
I think so, yeah.
That tells a story all on its own. Nobody else came.
At some point, did you end up walking back to your group?
Yes.
Did anybody say anything to you about what you saw?
No.
Anybody ask any questions?
No.
Did you eventually float away?
Got on tubes and we didn't listen to no music. We just floated and just ready to get off the river at that time. We didn't want to be there no more.
Was there any kind of conversation as you're floating down the river?
Never, no.
At some point, the officers think that you had some videos on your phone of what had happened. Had you taken some videos that day?
Yeah, I took videos, just our party together. And when we stopped, we took videos of each other, not of the, that's about it.
You didn't have any videos of this actual incident?
No.
You know how long your group stayed in that area before floating down the river to the end?
Could have been about 15 minutes.
How long did it take you to reach the end of the trip from where this incident happened?
Probably about another half an hour. 20 minutes to half an hour.
What did you do once you got to the end?
Turn that tubes in and just prepare to go back to our cars, get on the bus and go back to our cars.
All right. At some point, was there more contact with law enforcement at the end?
Yes.
Did you witness that?
Yes.
All right. Nothing else.
Mr. Nelson?
Von Williams. I've seen it written both ways.
Williams. Yeah, well, Eric Von Williams, yeah.
So your middle name's Von, but your last name's Williams.
Yep. Mhm.
Okay, sir. Thank you. So Mr. Williams, I'm Aaron Nelson. I represent Mr. Mew. I want to ask you some questions too, okay?
Yeah.
You were with Nick that day, right?
Right.
There's been some pictures that I think have been like 106 through 110. Please. There's been some pictures of your party of 10 people or so on the river. Have you seen any of those photos from that day?
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's exhibit 112. You see yourself in that picture?
Oh, yeah, yeah, I do. Yeah.
And next to you is Nick Mute, correct?
Yep.
And in that photo, you see him wearing sunglasses. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember that day? Did he have sunglasses on most of the time?
Yes.
Were there times that you saw him? You said he saw him with a snorkel and goggles, right?
Yes.
And he certainly went up to look for the phone, and I'm going to get to that.
Yes.
Prior to looking for the phone, had you seen him resting in the river or using his snorkel and the goggles anytime in the river?
No.
You didn't see that?
No.
Okay. Had you seen him at times without his sunglasses on during that trip?
No.
And then here's a photo 110. This photo, you see Mr. Mute with a hat on?
Mm-hmm.
Said yes.
Yes, yes.
That's all right. Were there times that day that you saw him with a hat on?
Not sure. With the hat on?
Yes.
I'm not sure. I can't remember. I'll be honest, I can't remember.
Okay. Do you remember whether it was, do you remember not having the hat on or having the hat on, or you're unsure about either?
I'm not sure about either.
Okay, that's fair. Showing you what's been marked as exhibit 111. Does that appear to be another photo of your group?
Yep. Yes.
Move for the admission to 111.
Any objection?
No.
111 is received.
And you see Mr. Mew in that photo there. He's got sunglasses and a hat on, correct?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
You're not in that photo?
No.
Is that right?
No.
Okay. So sometimes people would wander off from the group maybe and do something else?
Yes.
Or you're just perhaps just not in that photo. You might be just behind the person or taking the picture.
I can't remember.
Okay. In all of those pictures, we saw Mr. Mew had a shirt on. Is that right?
Right.
Do you? And then I believe when he went with his snorkel to look for the phone, do you remember, was his shirt on or was his shirt off?
I can't remember.
Did you have a shirt that day?
Yes.
Did you sometimes take your shirt off?
No.
Okay. You kept it on the whole time? Did you snorkel at all?
No.
Did you get in the water and swim?
No.
Okay. There was, your group of people was generally people my age, your age.
Right. Yes.
Okay. Some people were having a couple of beers.
Yeah. Yes.
Did you observe, were you intoxicated?
No. No.
Did you observe anybody in your group that you thought was intoxicated?
No.
Were you worried about anyone being loud or obnoxious or rowdy or anything along those lines?
No. No.
You'd said that you had, I think, and I want to really make sure we get this, you were concerned people were going to think he was up to no good, that he was a predator. You said that, right?
Yes.
I want to really get into that, okay, a little bit?
Mm-hmm.
That's something that you had in your own mind, right? Yes?
Yes. Yes.
And that's a concern that you had when you learned he was going to go snorkel down the river, correct?
Right.
You didn't think he was up to no good, agreed?
No. No.
You agree?
I agree. I agree.
You didn't think he was a predator, you agree?
I agree.
You had no reason to believe, based upon what you had seen him do that day, that he was preying on little girls.
No.
You agree with that?
I agree with that.
And But you, like a lot of us, are able to kind of think about what are other people going to think, right?
Exactly. Yes.
And I would imagine on the river that day, you saw other groups of people, right?
Yes.
And some of those other groups of people appeared to be intoxicated.
Yes.
And some of the, you said young people, right?
Yep. Yep. Yes.
And you look about my age, like how old does somebody need to be to not be considered young by you?
How? You said how old?
Yeah. So when you say young people, do you mean like littles or do you just mean like 25 and under?
Teenagers and 25 and under 30.
Okay. All right.
Yep.
So it's not like they're young.
No.
So the people that you saw on there, you saw some people in this age group and teenagers, 20-somethings that were intoxicated, correct?
Yes.
And based upon your observations, you were kind of worried about some of those people, right?
Yes.
Based upon your life experiences, you know a group of drunk young men might not be people you want to be around, correct?
Yes.
And that was a concern that you had, right?
It's a concern we all had.
Sure. And that you're like, look, drunk young people, when they get together, bad things can happen sometimes, right?
Right.
And that's why you were trying to be kind of more conservative, like, let's just stay together here. Let's not mix ourselves up with these drunk young people that might be dangerous.
We had made agreement not to stop by young people. Get stop a little farther down the river.
And why were you personally, all you can talk about is you, why were you concerned about not stopping by young people?
Intoxication.
Okay. And why were you're worried about young people that were intoxicated? Do they cause problems sometimes?
He just
could.
answered
It's a
that.
possibility, but I see.
Do they have conflict sometimes?
It
Lord.
could be conflicts.
All right. Do they sometimes, are you concerned about their decision making when they're intoxicated and in a group of young men?
I was just worried about what Nick was doing, looking for a phone. I didn't want anybody to think
Sure.
he was up to no good.
And if there were non-intoxicated
Yes, we do.
people, you wouldn't be worried about that, correct?
I'll still be worried about that.
What was that?
I would still be worried about that.
But you were more worried because they were intoxicated.
Right.
And I imagine you were more worried because there's more of them, correct?
Object, Your Honor. Sustained.
You had said, I think you'd said before, we were out there with his wife and these young guys, they're quick to test us. That's what you told the police, right? I think you're talking in general, not that day, but in general, did you feel as if sometimes young men as a group are quick to test you older men?
Well, yeah, I do remember that conversation that day.
You
when the
did say
detective
that.
talked to me. Yeah.
And that's because in your life experience, sometimes young men get a kick out of challenging perhaps an older guy, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Overruled. You can answer if you are able to.
Yeah, I ran into it a couple of times. So
Yeah.
yes.
And that's why you were concerned,
Yeah.
right? When you saw Nick come back, is that right?
Yes.
Fair to say he was quiet.
It's quiet. Nesto grabbed Nick and walked him back, and I kept going forward.
Okay, so your interaction with Nick there on the river was very brief, right?
And Nick, well, with everything that went down, me and Nick didn't talk.
It sounds like you're walking in this direction towards Nick,
Mhm.
and then Ernesto gets there first. Is that right?
Right.
And then Ernesto grabs Nick and helps Nick get back to the group in some manner, right?
Yes.
You don't know because you're not looking at him, right?
No.
Because you continue on in that direction to go down to see what all the yelling and the screaming is about, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
And at some point, 15 minutes or so, you eventually go back to the group where Nick is, correct?
Yes.
And at that point, Nick is sitting there quietly, correct?
Yes.
You don't hear him say anything, agreed?
No.
Do you make observations of his person?
Yes.
He appears to be somber. Yes?
Quiet. Yes.
Have you heard the expression white as a ghost before?
Yes, sir. Yeah, yes, it did.
Did he have that look about him?
He had a look, you know. Yeah, I just say he had a look, and yes, he did.
Have you seen people when they're in shock before?
No, I personally no.
Okay. Would you know what that looked like if you saw it?
Probably would. Yeah.
You look like he was in shock.
Object, Your Honor. The foundation. Sustained. Wait for the next question.
That's all.
Mr. Smestad, anything else?
Nobody's overly impressed to have to be sitting there.
Please see the witness coordinator on your way out, and she'll give you further instructions. It's 4:10. Do you have a short witness? Is there any administrative matters that we can tend to? I mean, offering exhibits that need to come in?
Yes, and I probably other things we can talk about outside the presentation.
Anything we can do in the presence of the jury is my point.
Oh.
Mr. Shravasi?
No, I can't. I don't think we're in that position at this point, Judge.
All right. So given the hour, I think we will simply adjourn. We'll send everyone home. I'll give you the same reminders as before. No talking about the case. Do not begin your deliberations. Do not conduct any independent research or investigation. Do not visit the scene. Do not speak with the media, the attorneys, the parties, the public about the case. And do not read any media accounts or engage in any social media accounts about the trial. We will get started tomorrow at 8 a.m. Please come back at that time and we'll get a prompt start to the trial. Please take the jury out.
Well, well, well. Isn't that something? Yeah, there is something about for the culture. I don't even know what that means. I don't even know what that means. Yeah, his ego is bruised. Aw. It's oh so sad. Brutal. Brutal. Yeah. So we didn't go through all the video. I know that there's more coming. I don't know if it's tomorrow, like on day 4. But yeah, there's a lot. Like when you don't watch the whole thing, I can see how it would be easy to not understand some of the stuff that's going on because there's so many different people involved in this mess. So guys, that was a long one. So I am going to call it. And my dogs need out. They're clawing at me. So thank you very much for spending the afternoon with me. I appreciate you guys much, much. So goodbye. Don't forget to subscribe, like, share, hit the bell because I'm random. And I'll see you guys in the next one.